Play.
My name's John.
John.
Yeah, I'm recording this now. It's not live, so I'll edit it later. But hopefully, it won't need too much editing because your English is, just going to come out. How many beers have you had, by the way?
On to me 14th, I think.
14th. By the way, So these guys are Australian. If you didn't know that already. Max Purcell here, by the way.
Yep.
But I don't know how professional this is. But I guess if you're not playing at the moment, then
it's just a bit of a warm up. You never know when you're going to get called up.
That's the thing. I mean, you might, if there's an injury to Minaur right now, you might have to play doubles later.
I actually play better on the beers, to be honest.
Okay, yeah.
A bit like golf.
Okay, so you're good at golf and you're good at tennis after beer. Is there anything you're worse at after beer? We've got an audience that may include kids, by the way. So.
Yeah, okay, that's great advice. Probably getting a taxi home is a bit difficult.
That's tricky, yeah. Right, yeah, okay. So tell us, where are you from?
Wagga Wagga, a place called 5 hours from Sydney.
I'm glad you told us where it was. I mean, I've got people in Poland, I've got people in the US, I've got people in the UK, Germany, Latin America. I'm guessing they don't know where.
Very Wagga Wagga, very country town. We're a long way from home.
So when did you arrive here in Malaga?
We got here on Sunday. Unbeknown, the Davis Cup was on, so we just booked a couple of last-minute tickets.
I've just thought of something. You said there's some things or lots of things you're better at. Maybe you're worse after beer at buying tickets to watch Australia at the Davis Cup.
So, yes, 100%. We actually booked Finland tickets, and turns out they were yesterday.
Yeah. So you didn't even come yesterday?
No. We actually booked the wrong day, so yeah.
Ready. Play.
Welcome everyone. Let's start the press conference. Please, questions in English.
Jannik, thank you. Congratulations. This afternoon, did you play the match of your life? And what did it feel like playing that match?
Match of my life, I don't know, but it's for sure very, very important. As I say, it helps a lot the last competition that is a team competition, and because you get a lot of energy from your teammates, from the whole team, and then the crowd is different. And I really enjoyed playing today. It was a great match. I started off really well, and obviously in the second set he raised his level, and the third set I just tried to hold my service games and waiting for a good opportunity, which arrived on 5-all, and I took it. And obviously it was a very crucial match for the whole team, and at the end of the match I was really happy for the team to be at least able to play a deciding doubles, and we played really good, and I think it was a really positive day today.
Jannik, I just wanted to ask you about the 3 match points that you saved at 4-5 in the third set in the singles. Can you just talk us through what was going through your head? How did you remain calm in those moments, and what were you trying to do in each of those points?
I know that it was a really important, obviously, important game. We changed not for so long for new balls, so I knew if I'm gonna serve well that maybe I have some free points. But I had to stay in the present moment. It was love 40, and he missed a quite easy backhand, which gave me a little bit of confidence and belief. And then after I served twice, really good. And nothing, after this kind of games, your energy level and then mental level, it's racing, and I think this helped me today.
Jannik, over here. I'm not sure anyone else can maybe say they've beaten Novak Djokovic twice in one afternoon. What does that achievement mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, before the match, we were talking that it was a really important test today. You know, trying to understand what to expect before the match, and then I think we made a good tactical moment also before the match, and obviously playing it is a little bit different, but I think I have to be really proud about how I handled the situation. And as I said, I'm just very happy for all of us, for the team, and then tomorrow we have a great opportunity. We know this, but in the other way, we will try to stay as relaxed as possible. You know, keeping the smile in our head, which is important also, and then also to be happy to be here. No, it's not so many. For me, it's the first time that we can play a final in Davis Cup, which it means a lot for us.
One last question in English.
Jannik, just looking forward to the final.
Hello.
Hello, here we are.
How are we doing, Anastasia? You all right?
I'm good. Match has started. And you know who's joining us too? Nick Carter.
I think it's going to be Nick, is it?
The
Yeah,
one
very
and
excited,
only.
Nick. How
Look
are we,
at
Nick?
this trio. So good.
It's all good, thanks. Alex, especially pleasure, but I'm very happy that we have live Davis Cup on here in the UK to sit down and enjoy, and it should be an interesting one. Australia versus Italy, good final.
Yeah, definitely. Nick, I just wanted to comment to start off. You held that pose so well that I thought your camera had frozen.
That's what I was going for.
So well done. No, listen. I think it's been a really, really kind of exciting few days, hasn't it? I mean, last night was just pretty epic stuff. It's why we kind of love this sport, isn't it? Like, you know, I was absolutely drawn to the television, couldn't turn it over. And this is going to be fun as well. Got to say, these two guys are, I think undoubtedly, and I'm sure you guys would agree, it's the biggest match of their lives. There's going to be a lot of nerves. I'm sure there'll be a lot of unforced errors. But I'm looking forward to this. I think I said to Anastasia just before we came on the stream, I felt, you know, this is where, you know, the match could be, because, you know, the Sinner Minaur matchup was pretty one-sided, especially with the way Sinner's playing right now. However, Anastasia somewhat disagreed. So, there's loads of little plots and subplots going on.
It's not so much disagreed. I just want to sort of, you know, not put too much expectation on it, because, you know, Sinner is one of is a great player I really like, and he's been playing so well recently. But at the same time, I think Davis Cup brings a little bit more to players, that sort of national pride, wanting to do it for your team, wanting to do it for your country. And Demon is already a player who is so just determined. He gets to every single ball. I think it should be a fun match. It should be a fun match.
Yeah. As an opener, as an opener, but yeah, Demon Sinner is definitely the one everyone's going to be keeping an eye on. I believe Damien and Vance are going to be covering that. Yeah.
But in terms of the tie, you know, if Arnaldi goes on to you know, claim this one, you know, he's up against it. One slip up against, you know, probably the best player in the world right now. You know, it could be curtains. There could be no dubs.
At the moment, Popyrin's the one slipping up because he's just double faulted on my screen.
Ooh. Yes, for everyone joining us, the match has started. We're sharing the scores right now. It seems like Arnaldi had an easy hold to start. But yeah, double fault, not great. These might be fast. Let me see if I can find some scores.
Whilst we're talking about sort of ties, I've just looked up the history of this tie. So Australia and Italy have actually played a Davis Cup final 3 times in the history of the tournament. 1960, 1961, and 1977. And Australia won all 3 of them. Australia currently have the second most Davis Cup titles in history with 28. Italy only won 1 in 1976, beating Chile in the final. They went on a run of getting to the finals and then losing out to Australia or the US or something like that.
Correct me, was that in Chile? I think that match. I think it was in Chile, and they won.
It might have been. Yeah, it's obviously the Chile's best ever Davis Cup performance by getting to the final, because they've never won it. But yeah, looking it up. Yeah, it was in Chile. It was in the Estadio Nacional in Santiago. Yeah, absolutely right, on clay.
And I'm sure the captain of Italy at the time was Piantrelli.
What, in Italy? He might have been captain. Yeah,
I think so. I'm sure. Like, every time when we're at Rome, I always hear that stat flying about.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he is Piantrelli is obviously two-time Roland Garros champion, which helps as well. He, and obviously that Italian team that won the Davis Cup was led by Adriano Panatta, who is the other Italian Grand Slam champion, also Roland Garros in '76.
The same year they won the Davis Cup then?
Yeah. Actually, Panatta, the only person to have beaten Bjorn Borg at Roland Garros in Borg's whole career.
Nice start. I like that.
Not that any of us were alive at the time, but
yeah.
Cool.
So I mean, obviously, guys, we can see we're at 1-1 in this one. Australia, do you think they'll have a wee bit of, I don't know, a vendetta, not against Italy per se, but the fact that they were here 12 months ago, they lost out to Canada, they managed to get themselves back into another final. And I know Leighton Hewitt has spoken, pre-tie, that this is a project that they've been working on for a few years, and there's still a bit of bitterness about the last year. So do you think that will drive Australia to the win, or can help them out here to give them an edge?
What do you think, Nick?
I think they are going to be driven by that loss last year. Having said that, is this Italian team a tougher challenge than Canada was last year? In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Like Italians, their second player isn't as strong as Canada's, because Canada had Chapeau and Felix last year. But then, if in terms of a doubles pairing, maybe makes up for that. So I'd say it's a different challenge Australia face. But they, even then, Felix and Chapeau, Felix particularly, was not in the same kind of form as Sinner was. Sinner has been this year.
Right.
So their number one's a bit trickier. I think if Australia showed up with a side that actually had their best players in the world, it would even be more exciting. So I am talking about, if it was a Minaur Kyrgios team.
Oh yeah.
That would be it would be a very different prospect for this final. I feel like the Italians will be trying to wheel out Musetti again.
Yeah. Well, it was a toss-up for those two, wasn't it? In terms of Arnaldi and Musetti. Do you think, the match-up here against Popyrin, the match we're watching, was it the right move then, do you think, to pick Arnaldi over Musetti? Musetti's not looked too good. I think, Arnaldi, I think he won the first set, I think, against the Schalkwap and against Netherlands. But, neither player have looked, too hot, other than Sinner kind of pulling them out of the fire.
I don't think they had a choice, unfortunately, in this case. So Arnaldi lost his first match that he played during the quarterfinals, but at the same time,
it was a set up. I remember watching it.
Yeah. And it was it was close. I think it was close. It ended that tie break. So I feel like he does have the game to play, but in terms of who else were they gonna bring out? Musetti's injured. He couldn't really finish. He seemed to have a leg issue during his last match. Berrettini, no, he's not even on the team. Sonego, they say, is, from all the press I've listened to, they say he's injured, so they're saving him for doubles only because they don't think he can do two matches. And so that leaves Arnaldi. Am I missing anyone else?
No, I think you're bang on the money.
Yeah, that's pretty much the team. So
I didn't know Musetti was injured. I didn't see his match. So was he having a bit of a problem towards the end of it?
Yeah, some sort of leg issue. I don't know if it was cramping or if he was hurt, but
were you going to say something, Nick? Like you were going to add something?
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't see the match either, but I was seeing stuff on Twitter about Musetti not looking quite right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it was cramping.
Yeah,
that was happening. It could have been, but then from the press I saw after the match, it was like, oh, he hurt his leg. So I was like,
right, got you.
Okay.
But what about last night then? So I mean, the loads to talk about from last night. Djokovic, 3 match points, didn't manage to convert. Sinner turned it around. Nick, were you watching? And if so,
No.
what were you thinking?
No, I didn't have access to the match because obviously the BBC weren't showing it.
Yeah, I know. I managed to get it on Bet365 and did it that way. But yeah, that was the only way I could do it. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, it was. So yeah, so I don't know if I've missed one of the matches of the year, or whether it was actually as good as say their round robin match in Turin.
Yeah.
But obviously had the drama of Djokovic losing from match points up, which is a very, very rare event. And Jannik pulling that off. Yeah, big kudos to him. And this is confirming that he's a very, very dangerous player going into
2024.
2024. Yeah, it's giving similar vibes to Djokovic in the end of 2010 with that Davis. Yeah. Or even Federer with that amazing run at the end of 2011.
Yeah,
obviously Federer was already well established. Maybe 2003 Federer is a more better comparison, but
don't want to interrupt you here. It's just Arnaldi has break points to break Popyrin here.
Yeah, I saw him just absolutely cream one a return on the second serve. Just absolutely slapped it home. And he's actually broken serve on my stream, I believe. Oh no,
I'm a little bit behind you guys, so
I'm a bit behind. That was my problem there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, Nick, are you ahead? Did he already break?
I'm behind. It's currently love 30 on my screen.
I'm the same. Are you on the iPlayer, Nick? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the same now.
Oh, I see. I'm on what's it called? I'm closer to TNNS here, but I don't know if there's another scoreboard. But Nick, if you want to continue, sorry.
I wasn't making a point. I can't remember what my point was.
Well, Anastasia, why don't you? Did you manage to watch? Because as Nick was saying,
I did.
In the UK we had a couple of restrictions in terms of GB are out, so the BBC, the main broadcaster, don't really care as much. I found the same as Nick when I tried to get it onto like the app or whatever. I was hunting about, and then I remembered there was actually Jack being on a stream with Jack a while back. And he'd mentioned, try Bet365. So, and that's where I went to get it. But I missed it. I actually missed the first set, 6-2 to Sinner, and then got it from when Djokovic then turned that around at 6-2. So, I mean, you maybe watched it rally to rally. So, can you tell us what your thoughts were?
So it definitely wasn't, Cincinnati final. It wasn't that. It wasn't as sort of heart, your heart was in your chest. But for Sinner, maybe it was his Cincinnati final for him, because I think, after the Turin final, and I did listen to him in press a little bit, so maybe this was his plan. But that first set, 6-2, you blinked and you missed it. I literally, it was all of a sudden we were at a second break of serve, and I was like, wait, what just happened? It was so quick that you didn't even have time to think about it. And I think maybe that was his strategy, to come out super hot and just sort of take over a little bit. I don't think he could sustain it in the second set. So of course the second set was an immediate reversal where I don't think he could sustain that sort of pace. But for me, the third set was where it was at. The third set was just a fight from Sinner to hold serve. Literally every single serve up until when he broke was a fight for him to hold serve, and Novak just holding serve super easy. So I think it was watching the third set, I was kind of like, oh, this is one of those, Djokovic loses the first set and then he wins the match.
Turns it around. Yeah.
It seemed like that was the story being told yet again. And then he had 3 match points. And I was like, well, we could pack it up. I could go make some dinner. I could go do stuff. And thank God I stayed with the match, because I really was about to, I was going to be like, well, that's the match, obviously.
Yeah.
And it was, so the first one was a miss from Djokovic. The first
Nice backhand, wasn't it?
Yes, that was, he missed that one. But the other 2, Sinner saved those match points. He served it was some of his best serving, and he saved those match points. And I think, in my opinion, I don't know what other people, but I think once he saved those match points, Novak couldn't recover from that loss.
Yeah.
Like I think he was actually a little different the moment he lost the match. Like he wasn't able to take advantage of those break points. It's almost like he just sort of shriveled a little bit and didn't know what to do. So that was,
and that's very unlike Djokovic, isn't it? Which is a surprising thing.
It was, but the very next game, he couldn't. It was just like, I guess I lost. Like, it was so weird. It was actually interesting to me to watch. But Sinner had some cojones there, man. He really did not. Because again, I think it's easy. The opponent has 3 match points. It's Novak Djokovic on the other side of the net.
Mm-hmm.
I think some other players would have accepted their fate.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah.
It's interesting that Djokovic started the year by winning a match after saving match point, and then now he's ended the year losing, having had match points. A little bit of an interesting development in that story. Thinking about Adelaide against Sebi Corda at the beginning of the year. But actually, I would want to know from you guys, but also chat, tell us what you think. What was the last match that you can think of involving Novak Djokovic where Djokovic lost when he should have won? Because that sounds like what happened, and Sinner kind of wrestled it from him. By the way, in terms of the match, we've just had an exchange of breaks because Popyrin's managed to break Arnaldi back, and we're back to 3-2.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that in this one. The players aren't too dissimilar. It's a toss of a coin, isn't it? And as I said to you guys at the start, there are going to be nerves. There's going to be, as soon as the finish line gets any closer to either of these players, I'm sure we'll see another twist. Just to answer that, I mean, the first one that comes to mind, and many will disagree, but the first one that comes to mind is the Wimbledon final. That people could say that he maybe should have won that. There was that famous, well, now infamous for him and his fans, when he netted and then the unleashed with the racket on the net post. If he puts that away, we could have a different outcome. We could have a calendar slam winner. Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
So I think that one's the one that comes to mind. I would need to do a little bit more thinking, Nick, to try and pull up many more examples of when he lost and he should have won.
Yeah, I think that Wimbledon final is actually, because once he won the first set was 6-1. I was like, well, I guess that's that,
Yeah.
That was the first set of a 5-set, Grand Slam match.
It's amazing when you now think back to that, because you think back and you're like 6-1. So it was 6-1 in the first set to him, and Alcaraz just looked lost.
Yeah, and you just thought, because I think Alcaraz had a pretty good, run up until the finals. He was playing very well. His matches were competitive and all this stuff. And then to lose the first set 6-1, you thought, well, this is just different. This is just a different animal. And I guess he hasn't played anyone of this level. So that's that. And it was quite the turnaround. During that one. But you're right. That's the only one I can really think about, because again, like this story has been told over and over again. Djokovic loses the first set and wins the match of 3. Djokovic loses the first 2 sets of a 5-set match and wins anyway. So I think for Sinner to kind of hold on to that match was pretty impressive.
And it does once again reinforce the narrative that seems to be going that Alcaraz, Sinner, and Rune are the only 3 players right now who can stand up to Djokovic. It does depend on the day for them. Either if Djokovic is having a very good day, they've got no hope, or if they're not having a good enough day, they have no hope. But when they are having a good enough day, they are not cowed by Djokovic. Sinner held off Djokovic trying to break him for an entire set. In a decider. Alcaraz came back from a 6-1 drubbing in Wimbledon, and also the cramping incident in Roland Garros. Rune, we know, basically just takes Djokovic to 3 every time they play. I think that's the one thing at the minute that's keeping the ATP interesting right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting 2024. Like there's so, like you said, there's so many narratives now, and there's so much opportunity in terms of like these 3 guys, and still the kind of golden oldie Novak. And then you've got Rafa's return. So I'm really looking forward to 2024. I think that it's going to be a good one. I mean, I know there's been arguments and chats and the various talking tennis group chats about whether or not 2023 has actually been that good in terms of the ATP. But I'm really looking forward to 2024, just with all the stories that are potentially there.
Yeah. Something I've been thinking about recently, which I don't know what you guys think too, is, these 3 young kids to come up, which I think the distinction is, people call kind of Tsitsipas, Medvedev, and Zverev the next gen, and this is the next gen. Yeah. What does this say to the rest of the field a little bit? That, it's taking these 3 young guys who just came up on the scene, I think the last couple of years, 2-3 years. And they're the ones who are taking it to Djokovic. And then you've got Zverev, Tsitsipas, Medvedev. Medvedev has beaten Novak this year. But how do you think the field reacts? Like, are they all at home watching this being like, we can't let this, the new kids kind of take over, like we're going to up our game? Or do you think they're all sort of like, oh, well, we were skipped over yet again? And I think
Medvedev's risen. I certainly think he's shown a bit of bottle over the last 12 months for me. I think with the emergence of Alcaraz and the start of the year as well, Holger Rune was kind of. Sinner wasn't really in the conversation. Really, I mean, he was there and thereabouts, but Holger Rune just won Paris, the indoors after again coming from a set down against Novak Djokovic, and winning the final there. So the kind of hot tickets were Alcaraz and Holger Rune, and Medvedev had then lost to Sebastian Korda in Australia. I think it was the last 16, and I've mentioned it a few times. I read an article on the ATP and elsewhere about questioning, is Medvedev going to be overtaken by these guys, and is Medvedev going to be a one-time Grand Slam champ, and is going to fade into the background a little bit because these new guys are going to come here and just eclipse him, and of course there's going to be the Novak and Rafa at the time was the chat, and for him to kind of do what he's done since then, I think it's 63 wins this year, won a clay court title, kept up his impressive form on the hard courts, beating Alcaraz in New York semi-final, getting to the final, which Djokovic played at an unreal level, let's be honest. Medvedev couldn't do much there. So I think Medvedev has certainly gone to the drawing board and said, I need to change here a little bit to face these guys. I know he doesn't really, he sits back and he tries and make them make a mistake, but I'm sure he's worked on that serve of his. I'm sure at one point his serve wasn't firing. Medvedev, and I can't remember what event it was, but he came to the tournament, even being the US Open, was like, my serve could be good or not. He's like, I've got no idea. So I think that's because he's been working on that, as because these guys can return so well. And then I suppose Zverev coming back, it's hard to judge Zverev. I've been impressed him coming back after the injury. and to get himself to the ATP finals, and then also beating Alcaraz. Whether or not he's actually, went away and tried to work on these guys' games and try and beat them. I think he obviously is quite a talented guy. Tsitsipas, I don't think so. I don't think he's up for it. I think, that's why he's trying to claim that the ATP finals are as big as a Grand Slam, because he's got maybe an outside chance of winning that one. I personally think Tsitsipas's time has come. He's got some forehand, but I just think he's the one that's going to be eclipsed by these young guys. But that's just a matter of opinion, and they'll probably win.
Do you not think Tsitsipas could sneak a Roland Garros title?
No, I don't anymore. I don't personally. I mean, he could, but I think that year 2022, what was it, 2021, 2022, when he was in the final 2 sets up, I think that was his moment. And yeah, so for me, again, I've got nothing against the guy. I watch his matches, and I think he can be impressive in parts, but he's always, I just don't think he's got the temperament anymore. What about you guys?
I'm kind of with you on most of that. I think certainly, I think that generation's been eclipsed. I don't see a scenario as Zverev wins a slam. I think it's all going to depend on Novak for me, because the big problem is that these guys don't have great matchups against Novak.
Yeah.
And then it comes down to, well, how good are their matchups with Alcaraz and Sinner and Rune? I think that's where the concern about Tsitsipas comes in, because he doesn't. He did against Sinner, but Sinner's turning it around. But Sinner's turning around all his matchup problems, because he's done that with Medvedev and Djokovic as well now. So maybe that's why I was talking about Tsitsipas, maybe be able to get Roland Garros, because he could compete on clay against these guys, except for Alcaraz, because he can't seem to figure Carlos out. Yeah. Medvedev's the only one who really this year has shown he is able to compete and beat these guys. And I think he should be able to for a couple of years. Whether that's going to be a slam scenario, I think the only places that would happen would be Australian Open and the US Open. Really, more likely the US Open, because Medvedev is very, very comfortable there. So yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm not ruling Tsitsipas out of a Roland Garros, because I think he does like clay, and it's not necessarily everyone else's strongest surface.
I suppose if Rafa, if we're talking maybe 5 years' time and say, Rafa and Novak have retired, then his main hurdle is going to be Carlos, whether or not Sinner can get to grips with the clay. So yeah, I suppose in that scenario, there's still hope, But I would say that the Tsitsipas comes back into the equation when the other two have retired, if that makes sense.
That's my point as well. Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
And what do we think then? If we're looking ahead to 2024, I know that Popyrin, I think, has staved off a bit of a scare there in
Game 8 I was just watching that
the Davis Cup. But in terms of Rafa, I mean, I've not heard you guys speaking, and I know nobody's really got a clue about what kind of form or condition he's going to return to the sport at in 2024. But is there any kind of scenario where Rafa gets himself into the equation for slams? And I know that's funny, because this guy's an all-time legend. He's wrote off the doubters in the past. So I just wondered if in your guys' opinion, if Rafa is going to hold any water next year.
He does seem like the kind of player who wouldn't return if he didn't feel like he was going to be competitive. So that's one thing. But at the same time, it's been a whole year. I don't even know if he's played Sinner before, but just imagine, like, if he plays Sinner in 2024, well, that's a whole different player.
Yeah, he has. He's never lost to Sinner.
Yeah, so it's kind of, yes, I think he's just the sort of person where he'll prepare to the best of his ability, and I don't think he would come back if he didn't think he was competitive. And yet, he's coming back to an entirely different tour than he left.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
For me, I am seeing Rafa's comeback in the same way as I saw Rogers come back in 21. How, in light of that, how that worked out, I think it's going to be very similar in that Rafa's going to show some brilliance. He'll beat some players we expect him to beat, but he'll probably struggle against sort of the lower reaches, against the top 10. Clay might be a different story. I could see him playing some heroics on there, particularly at Roland Garros. Maybe he might make the quarters there, a bit like Federer did at Wimbledon. But my expectations for Rafa are a few nice wins here and there, but not really competing at the top level anymore.
And I think I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very, very reduced schedule, like Grand Slams, Olympics. I really wouldn't be surprised.
Madrid and Barcelona.
And Madrid and Barcelona, exactly. So I guess tournaments, kind of like what he said, like a little bit of a goodbye tour, go to the tournaments that meant a lot to him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if the Davis Cup happens in Spain again, maybe he'll go if he's fit enough. That depends on how he's going to make that decision based on the US Open. But I wouldn't be surprised if he went, I'll play for Spain at Davis Cup, and that's where I go out. I think that would be I could see him wanting to do that, but only if he felt his body was able to do it.
Well, he's going to play the Olympics, surely, isn't he? The fact that it's at Roland Garros as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's going to put everything into those and then see how the rest of the season goes. But I'm thinking, if you're thinking about what's the dream location for his send-off, it would be Spain or Paris. And actually, if he wants to say 2024 is his last year, if Davis Cup is in Spain, that's actually a good location for him. Just put him out as the second player in the team or the doubles.
Maybe something. I know that it's something to do with a deal or something, but maybe one of the reasons why the GB and the Spanish have made it or the wild cards into the kind of final group.
Is that the King Cup?
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it was
Davis Cup. Yeah, sorry, it is Davis Cup. I've seen an announcement of the Billie Jean King Cup. That's what's confused me.
Yeah, no, I think
both have been confirmed to be. They're both going to stay in Spain for next year.
All right, okay, cool. Yeah. So is it Malaga again next year then?
It's Malaga again next year. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so there you go, Nick. There's your scenario. I think if we can get to the finals, then if Spain can make it to the finals with Alcaraz, it's very likely, and obviously himself, and then there you go. What a send off.
And then they play, and then they put Rafa in, which would be brilliant.
I mean, I imagine facing up to that, Rafa Carlos 1-2. The doubles as well, no turning up. Most matches. We're still going on. That was a bit of a long one. I know that the score was
it was a pretty long game.
But Popyrin staved off the Arnaldi charge and managed to hold serve. But this was pretty tight. Do you guys have any kind of thoughts in the actual matchup here between Popyrin and Arnaldi and where it's going to be won and lost? I know we're 8 games deep and 33 minutes deep. So
I really wish we had Damien on the stream because he would be brilliant in hearing this because he probably would have seen them play each other on some challenger somewhere. I mean,
I've not seen a lot of Popyrin. I've not seen a lot of him.
I've seen a few matches with him. I've seen more Popyrin than Arnaldi. Popyrin is very much a hit and hope kind of player. Low margin. If he can go big and it works, great for him. Arnaldi is a little bit more controlled, but he's got a bit more of a bigger serve going on here as he kind of demonstrates with. They've both got big serves, really. I haven't really analysed a lot of the Arnaldi game other than it's very solid and maybe a little bit more reliable. But Popyrin's weaponry is immense when he gets it working.
Yeah. I saw Arnaldi at the US Open when he played against Arthur Fils. That was a very, very fun match. Two young guns going at it. I liked his game. He was super fun. He really did edge out a win against Fils. Then he went on to lose against Carlos Alcaraz in the next match. So I think I've always seen him as, sort of, I like to keep an eye on young players. So people like Arthur Fils, Arnaldi, I just, keep an eye on what they're doing. So I was encouraged by his last match at the Davis Cup, the one he played during the quarterfinals. I thought he really did step up. And is that sort of the because of the stage that they were in, Davis Cup and all of that. But I really did think he stepped up. Same with Popyrin for his last match, because he has also not played. And Popyrin is actually a replacement for Kokkinakis.
Yeah, because Kokkinakis phoned in sick or had an injury, so he was a late replacement, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he was a replacement, and for replacement, he did well to win the match that he was thrown in. Popyrin, I think I also don't watch him a lot. I watched him mostly because of the Australian Open when he participated. But this year, his Umag run, where he beat Wawrinka in the finals, that was interesting, especially since I was going for Wawrinka. You just want him to win and you want him to win a title. And Popyrin was the spoiler. He came in and he spoiled the little fairy tale. But then after that match, I then followed him over for the US swing, and he did pretty good. What round did he get into? I can't remember.
First round exit of the US Open.
Right. Well, not the US Open. Was it Cincinnati before, where he came in as a lucky loser?
Oh yeah, quarterfinal. Yeah.
For the quarter. Yeah. Yeah. So he came in as a lucky loser and then made it all the way to the quarterfinals. I don't know if there's a walkover in one of those I remember he had just the weirdest run during that tournament. But so yeah, he's one to watch. Again, he's not sort of a player other than the events that I just mentioned that I've sort of, kept an eye on. So this is quite the pairing here.
Well remembered, Anastasia.
Right ones, huh?
Well remembered, Anastasia. He had a walkover against Jarry in the second round.
Right. It was so weird.
He beat Altmaier and Rusevori and then lost to Hurkacz.
Yeah. Yep.
And funnily enough, on his Umag run, he did face Matteo Arnaldi and beat him in 3 sets. So I think the 2 times these guys have played, both have gone to 3 sets. Both have been in 2023. So I think this one's likely to go to a third.
I mean, they are very evenly matched. I'm not surprised. Interesting, you're saying that Popyrin was I'm just Statman today, by the way. The Statman Nick. So you're saying Popyrin came in as a replacement for Kokkinakis, because actually Popyrin is currently Australia's second highest ranked player after de Minaur, and Kokkinakis is 6th. Obviously, we would have picked Kokkinakis maybe for his Davis Cup experience, but yeah, as the rankings are currently, Popyrin is the second highest ranked Australian in the world at number 40.
Popyrin's the highest. No,
second highest.
Yeah.
After
and where's Kokkinakis in the rankings?
65.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah,
was Kokkinakis maybe picked? No, he wouldn't have been picked for doubles because they had Ebden and Purcell. Huh.
But maybe they picked it for Davis Cup. They don't have to follow the rankings, I don't think.
Right. But I mean, it not that I, really. But let's just say if I was Davis Cup captain for Australia, and based on this year, you asked me Kokkinakis or Popyrin, I would have picked Popyrin.
I mean, let's have a look at Australia have got 8 players in the top 100. They've got de Minaur. That's a set. You have de Minaur on your team.
Yeah.
Then they've got Popyrin, Max Purcell, Jordan Thompson, Alexander Vukic, Thanasi Kokkinakis, Chris O'Connell, and Riki Hijikata.
Not bad.
Why did
not bad at all.
Popyrin to start. That's very interesting.
It may have been. When did they pick the team? Because Kokkinakis may have taken a drop.
Maybe. I'm not sure when they picked this teams and all that. I'm not exactly.
Kokkinakis may be the second highest ranked player when they did the team.
Right.
And then he may have had a hit. I'd have to have a look and see what his ranking history was.
Yeah. Maybe what Ghosty is saying in the chat, that might be a thing, because Kokkinakis does have, by the way, a grand slam in doubles.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe as someone that they could use to sort of.
That's some picture, Ghost Scott, by the way. Sorry. Just.
Sort of maybe if Max Purcell couldn't, play doubles for some reason, injury or whatever, they could have thrown Kokkinakis in there. So maybe that's also a consideration that they're looking at, where it's like, how adaptable are you? Like, can we put you in doubles? Can we put you in singles? Kind of thing, maybe.
Well, the Australians are under a bit of pressure here, serving at 4-5, knowing that a break is serve and they lose the first set. And as you can see, Arnaldi has 3 set points. Now, he did break earlier in the set, but this one's kind of, there's no chance, there's no way of getting that break back here. So it's a perfect clutch time to break. Anastasia, are you right up to date with the stream?
Yeah, now I'm watching it because I missed those other 3 points. So I'm like, wait, what? What's happening?
Fancy talking us through because we're a wee bit behind.
Arnaldi to get to love 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking up the rankings, by the way, and yeah, Popyrin's been ranked ahead of Kokkinakis since the US Open.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, I know there is probably some politics involved with who, because the captain makes the choices for the team. So, you know, maybe I haven't looked at Davis Cup history and all of that. Maybe Kokkinakis was there last year and the year before. And, you know, there might be something there in terms of who gets picked for
the team. Yeah.
Yeah, who gets picked for the team? Sorry.
No, it's all right. You're always to be distracted by the tennis action, Anastasia, because Popyrin saved 2 of the 3 break points.
Yeah, huge forehand from Arnaldi went over the baseline. That's how he missed the first one. So that's what's on my screen at the minute. So it's 15-40 on mine. So I'm interested to see how these points kind of work out, really. 15-40 point, Popyrin first serve went off the top of the net and over the baseline. So here we go. Second serve, first set, forehand to play from Arnaldi. He goes backhand cross court. So the Popyrin forehand, that's short. Forehand, Arnaldi's got Popyrin on the run on the defense. Popyrin tried to move Arnaldi around, other way around. Backhand to the inside, forehand of Popyrin to the backhand of Arnaldi, cross court, backhand Popyrin to the backhand of, they're just trading cross courts a minute, slice from Popyrin, forehand, wild and out from Arnaldi, and that's the second break point saved. Just couldn't, like, the slice seemed to disrupt the pace enough that Arnaldi overhit it.
Yeah, Popyrin is managing to, you know, play these big points when he's under pressure well, stayed in the rally there, and, you know, forced the error. So
he's been under pressure in quite a few service games.
He has, yeah.
To be said. He's been broken in one of them, but he's had to stave off break points in, this is the second one, third one.
Yeah.
That's. I feel like we're gonna. I think this game might get wrapped up very quickly for me. But it's this other break point's going to be saved by Arnaldi, but saved by Popyrin. But how does he do it? Arnaldi put a forehand into the net. So I'd have to say 3 unforced errors from Arnaldi with set points. That's how that happened.
That's how that happened.
Yep, and you know, the Italian, if he loses this set now, that will be playing on his mind. It'll be hard to shift that one for a while in terms of, you know, next time he's up serving. So good hold by Popyrin, and good way to keep the, you know, obviously coming from a setback is no easy feat. So.
Yeah, really good hold. I mean, what do you both think? Because I think I talked to John about this yesterday, but do you think this is a must win for Italy? Like, do you think if this goes to doubles, who do you think has the edge if it goes to doubles?
Who are the doubles teams going to be?
It's going to be for Australia, it's Ebden and Purcell. And for Italy, right now, I think they're saying it's Sinner and Sonego.
Who won last night, obviously. So
who won last night too.
I mean, right now off the bat, I would say. I mean, I said to you guys earlier, I think this match is all important because if Arnaldi wins it, I think it's game over and we don't even make the doubles. For me, if Popyrin can pull it out the bag, that's why those 3 points were so big. If he can pull it out the bag and win this, Sinner wins against Minaur. Then I'm going to have to go with Australia for that one. So Yeah, it's this for me. It's just so it's such a kind of tightrope in terms of this match is making it. Italy win this match, they win the whole thing for the second time in their career, in their history. Sorry, and if they don't, it goes to Australia. So that's the way it works for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment because I think although Sinner de Minaur could be good, we saw how that Toronto final worked out between the two of them. That was very much advantage Jannik Sinner in that match. Oh, huge forehand from Arnaldi in the rally I'm watching at the minute. But yeah, I would agree with your assessment there, Tom. And in terms of the doubles, like based on what you're saying there, I think the Australians have the slightly stronger doubles team. In terms of they've got probably a bit more chemistry, they're a bit more established doubles players compared to Sonego and Sinner. This is probably the pressure probably is more on this match because this is the one that could go either way.
And Popyrin now has, well, I don't know where you guys are at with this.
I'm at 15 all, but I can see the scoreboard. So if you want, if there is a break point, you can talk us through it.
I'll try. Ooh. I'm really bad at talking through points.
I'm sure that's not true, Anastasia.
Well, you haven't heard me try before.
Well, we can wait. Nick, I can do it. I can see what's happening. So obviously, Arnaldi saved one of them. Nick, where are you?
Same as you, Tom. We're pretty much lined up.
I'll keep it as a surprise to the audience.
Okay.
I like that. Keep them watching.
All right. So 15:40. Is that where you turned the scoreboard off?
Yes.
Or was it? Okay. So 15:40. Matteo Arnaldi is stepping up to serve, having had set points. Now he's under pressure on his own serve. He's been broken once already in this set. They've been doing a very good job putting more pressure on each other. Great serve out wide from Arnaldi. Backhand up the middle of the court. Backhand cross court from the Australian. The forehand, scraped wide under pressure. Great forced error pushed by the Arnaldi power. 30-40. Great job already for the first break point to be saved. Second opportunity for Australia coming up. Arnaldi stepping up, getting ready to go. Bouncing the ball. Crowd's probably absolutely loving this right now. I don't know if Australian fans have flown in. They probably have. The Italian fans, obviously, not too far away. Here we go. First serve up the tee from Arnaldi is way too good, and it's saved another break point. Deuce.
Yeah, really good. Serving again from the Italians when they need it most. AKA Sinner last night. So yeah, well played. And just nobody can find the breakthrough here. They're both making chances, but they're not taking them. Arnaldi in the last match and Popyrin in the last game and Popyrin in this one.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, just quick correction. Mm-hmm. The Italians announced Sonego and Bolelli as the doubles. Oh. Yeah, so they could change that, which they have every single day so far, but that's what they've announced.
As Ghost has pointed out in the chat, Bolelli's got great doubles pedigree.
Yes. Yeah.
Currently ranked 55 in doubles, but has been career high of 8.
Ghosty has the best description of me trying to call matches right there. He just nailed it.
Great serve volley from Arnaldi to close out the game, and now the pressure's back on Australia. I tell you what, if this goes to a tiebreak, this tiebreak is going to be wild.
Yeah, I agree. I think this was always heading for a tiebreak. As soon as Popyrin broke straight back, I said to myself, this is probably going to be, go right to the wire here. It was never going to be a quick match, this. The players are just so evenly matched. I think there's 4 rankings places between them right now. So, yeah, I think we're probably facing a tiebreak. And I said one of the reasons being because I think the nerves, these guys, as I said, have got themselves in positions where they can give them their teams an advantage, themselves and their teams an advantage, and they haven't. And I think nerves are playing a part.
Oh, for sure. But then, there's a bit of clutchness in there as well. I think if you're going to talk about who is come closest to winning the set, I'd say Italy.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, not just because they had set points, because the manner in which they didn't quite convert. Like, they've already been a breakup. They had set point opportunities. And I would say that they've Arnaldi's been the one to undo himself with errors more often.
Yeah. But to be fair, Popyrin, I mean, it's one of the rallies that you called there. Popyrin was throwing in a slice now and again, and I think that's what forced Arnaldi to go wide and long in one of the rallies. So I know that it will go down as an unforced error, but I think Popyrin knows how to has worked that one out for that particular time. Although he's just went wide with a really strong return from Arnaldi, we could see a break here. We might not see a tie break at all.
We might. I mean, it's very possible. Having said that, that was a monstrous serve from Popyrin, who then finishes from mid-court +1 forehand, 15 all, really, really strong again. And that serve of Popyrin is absolutely monstrous when it's firing.
Yeah. I mean, that was the one that stood out for me. I mean, the main match that I can remember watching Alexei Popyrin is Taylor Fritz in Australia in Melbourne. I think he beat him in 5, did he? Or was it even 4 maybe? And I just remember the serve. I remember watching the serve and going, wow, this guy's got a bit of bite to it. And he does it again, down the tee, unreturnable.
Yeah, when they both get their serves going, it's just awesome to watch, really. Although Arnaldi got that one in, and now Popyrin's come to the net to try and put some pressure on, but he's put that volley over the baseline. It's 30 all.
Oh yeah, right now I'm about 10 seconds behind you. So
okay, interesting. Yeah, that was a volley. Like he interesting that Popyrin didn't put as much on his shots than that last volley. Too much.
Yeah, he rushed it. I don't think he thought that was going to be the play from Arnaldi. So we could be. What's happening? 2 points away.
Backhand up the line for Arnaldi. Forehand. He's taking control of the point now, thanks to a great return. Oh, net cord from Arnaldi as he tried to accelerate through the forehand. Net cord bounced over the baseline, and it's game point to Australia.
I think. I think Almino was describing that. I was wondering what net cord he was talking about, and it wasn't coming on my screen. So, and that net cord
matches my stream.
Yeah. So we're not quite up to the speed of some others. Slice from Popyrin as he comes to the net. Backhand passing shot attempt from Arnaldi is picked off by Popyrin. No, it's not picked off. I think he put it wide. Score's not changing. I think that forehand was wide from.
Ooh, that was long, I think.
Yeah.
Long.
It was.
I mean, Arnaldi was calling it straight away.
Another finishing volley attempt from Popyrin is out, and it's deuce.
Oh, it's wide.
That's interesting. Two volley errors from Popyrin trying to close it out. That could be costly.
We'll see. Arnaldi certainly thinks so. He's looking like he's like, this is my chance here. He can smell blood.
Popyrin draws blood though with a huge serve. The return is literally middle of the court, and Arnaldi picks it off by going back behind Arnaldi, who was trying to read it. And it pretty much aimed at Arnaldi. If Arnaldi didn't move, he'd have been hit by that shot.
Poor Kecmanovic yesterday just kept getting hit by the ball in the doubles because he just didn't know where to be.
All right.
He kept getting hit by the ball.
Was that what undid Serbia in the doubles then?
I don't think so, because and you know what? I do kind of feel bad for Minaur Kecmanovic because he did his part. He
won his tie, yeah.
He won his singles. He played pretty well in doubles, but I think from what I watched anyway, he was equally as bad as Djokovic in doubles. Like they were just not a good pairing. You know, like I just said, Minaur got hit a couple of times. So did Djokovic. And also the one time, and they both were broken like in separate sets. I think the first set was Kecmanovic's serve was broken. And then in the next one, it was Novak. So I do think they were both equally matched in doubles in terms of their doubles skill, you know.
We have a set point. Another slight error from Popyrin has brought up a set point for Italy. Another break point opportunity for Arnaldi to try and capitalise on. Can he do it? We're going to have a serve from Alexei Popyrin, which is huge. Arnaldi scrambles it back into play, though. Forehand Popyrin is ferocious. But Arnaldi reached it and then puts a brilliant forehand in the court. And he's celebrating to his fans because Popyrin can't pick it up. That was a fantastic forehand from Arnaldi.
Oh, amazing.
It's the set. I don't think I did it justice.
Well, no, you did. I think you did. I mean, I think that was the first time that I'd watched the break point or the break point in this match and thought, he's going to break here, because see the point previous. I mean, you were kind to Popyrin and said that it put it long, but it was all by Arnaldi hitting the ball. He was timing it to an absolute dream. He was smacking the ball around the court, and there was nothing Popyrin could do about it. So for that particular break point there, great return. Took him by surprise, wrong-footed Popyrin, and he literally could only just get it into the bottom of the net. And it's advantage Italy here in this Davis Cup tie. And just by the way, you know, I said that if Italy win this one, it's game over. You guys have all made very good points, and I'm maybe doubting that somewhat if it does go to the doubles. And let's give De Minaur a chance as well. I know Anastasia will be going, come on, the Demon is still in this.
Let's give Demon a chance. So unfortunately, I have to go.
No problem.
I will stop sharing. I just wanted to share the score and the stats for everyone who wants to see. And yeah, this is only just getting exciting now. But have fun. Maybe I'll drop in a little bit later. But
okay.
Bye, guys.
Good to see you, Anastasia.
Take care.
Yeah. Nick, do you want me to try and get the share?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, find something that kind of keeps up with our scoreboard, maybe.
John did send me the link a while back for this particular TNNS or tennis thumbnail thing. Cool. 1 second.
So whilst Tom's sorting that out, interestingly, they just brought the stats up, and actually I really, really like the Davis Cup stats. They break things down really, really well. But the stats seem to suggest that although we're talking about big hitting for Popyrin, it's really Arnaldi who's been playing the casino tennis. More winners and more unforced errors in comparison. Similar amount of forced errors from both players. But really, it's been Arnaldi who's been taking the risky tennis, and it's been mostly paying off because he's managed to sneak that set. Big backhand up the line from Popyrin to open this set, though. Winner, love 15. Great job from the Australian there. Just timed to perfection, and that backhand has actually helped him out a lot in this match, actually. Serve from Arnaldi. Popyrin gets it into play. Then they go cross court again. Popyrin tries to go for the same shot again, but this time it hits the high part of the net on the down line. That's 15-all. The Italian team are on their feet. Arnaldi again getting ready to serve. Knows that backhand side of our Popyrin is potentially dangerous if he goes up the line. He's tried that shot a couple of times already. Arnaldi serving to try and give advantage to Italy in this tie.
So where are we at? 15:30. Oh, we're not too far behind.
Maybe 2 points behind now.
It's the same, isn't it?
It's the same. I think it's about 30 seconds difference. Slice from Arnaldi to the fight. Is that up forehand? Popyrin backhand cross court. They're just moving each other around at the minute. Let court there. Another slice from Popyrin. Drop shot from Arnaldi. That's going to be run down from Popyrin. It wasn't. Oh my word! What a backhand from Alexei Popyrin. Another downright backhand. That was threading the needle from up by the net. And it's 15:30 on my screen. Magnificent, but two magnificent backhands and one that could have been magnificent so far in this. Like, just clip the line. To answer your question, Ghosty, I mean, they seem to be doing it on a year-by-year basis, so technically, yes. for the Davis Cup being in Spain indefinitely.
Was it some? It's not still Gerard Piqué though, is it? Did he not chuck it? Or?
Yeah, no, they got rid of him, but at the minute the format that they've kind of not changed too much else of the format really, other than not doing the group stages in 1 week. Well, not trying to do it all in one go in 1 week, which I think was the big problem.
Sorry, I'm trying to zoom in a bit, but I went too far.
Yeah, at the minute, sorry guys, that's what we've got. Inside out forehand, wide from Arnaldi, under pressure, and Popyrin breaks to start the second set. Yeah, this one could be going 3.
Yeah, well, as I said to you, I think they met in a mag. Beijing, I think they met as well. That was the Arnaldi win. So that was only a few weeks ago, obviously. But that was a 3-setter as well. Had it on my screen earlier on. Let me double check that for you, Nick. Yeah, 1-1. Arnaldi lost the first set in that one, and then won 6-3, 6-4. And then before that, it was Arnaldi who'd won the first set 7-6. And then Popyrin won 7-5, 6-3. So the pattern of these two guys is the fact that the player who wins the first set has never actually went on to win the match. Would you believe? They've only met twice, mind you. But so if it was to stick with the trend, then this would be a Popyrin win, which looks slightly unlikely right now because he has a set down. But as you mentioned, he's a break to the good and rolling through his service game, as you can see by the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so far 2 serves that have just been way too good for Arnaldi to deal with from Popyrin. If he can just hold on to this break for the whole set, which is going to be tough because I think that's a lot of pressure to deal with. Then, although not if he keeps serving like that, then we're into a decider, and then things get very, very interesting.
Yeah, he's. My screen is 40. So this is the first time something must have been going on with the score because I'm at 40 love and the score's at 40 love.
Yeah, same. Oh, inside out forehand winner from Arnaldi for 40-15.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, really good stuff by Arnaldi. I mean, that boy can hit the ball, Arnaldi.
Well, they both can. This is what's making this match so entertaining. It's just how big they're hitting it right now.
Well, funnily say that, when John had asked us, do you want to do a stream tomorrow? This was on Saturday, obviously. I'd said, I'll do the first one because I felt as if, whoever won out of Djokovic and Sinner or whatnot, would be the dominant player and it might not be as exciting. And I thought this would be the more exciting tussle. So you never know. Let's hope we get a third setter. But as I said, Arnaldi, just for me, he looks like he's got a lot of power. Same with Popyrin, you rightly say.
For sure. I mean, that's how he's got through that service game. It is 2-love, by the way. Popyrin held with another monster serve. And yeah, TNS doesn't seem to be keeping up anymore. So now we are ahead of TNS, which is nice for a change. Backhand as Arnaldi comes in, finishes at the net with a forehand volley. Great job, 15-love.
And now it's popped up again.
There we go. Almino saying this is like watching 2 Karat serves.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's been a bit of a pain. What did you think about the GB challenge then on was it Thursday now, Friday?
I didn't see it. I had stuff at work that I needed to do and focus on, so I couldn't really watch. I mean,
I don't think Djokovic had much problems with Cam Norrie, did he?
No, he didn't. And then Kecmanovic just had an edge over Draper, really.
Yeah.
For most of that match. I mean, okay.
I would have put that one down to Jack Draper as well, but yeah.
It was a couple of tie breaks, but I just got the sense from it that really it was Draper trying to keeping up with Kecmanovic as best he could, and Kecmanovic just didn't give him enough to break through and make it more of a match.
Yeah, talk to me about Draper. What's your thoughts? Like, as a Brit, this what's that?
Glass cannon.
Glass cannon, right? Okay. It's just obviously because this year I had him this time last year I had him as my kind of one to watch in 2023, but it's obviously been injury hampered. But this guy's obviously got talent, and I'm excited. I just wonder if that's shared amongst British tennis fans.
I think there's definitely some excitement around him. I certainly think he's got a lot of potential to give us some great Brits some great matches to enjoy, particularly at Wimbledon. But as I said, he's a glass cannon. He's brilliant and he's breathtaking when he's on and he's playing, but he breaks way too much. His body breaks down way too much at the minute for him to be a serious contender. And unfortunately, unless he can find a way of being able to sustain the kind of tennis that he wants to play, he's not going to be a serious contender for big titles. He's got the talent for it, but he might sneak one if he has a good week. But I don't see him making a huge impact. But he's good enough for top 20 if he gets some results together at the right places.
Okay, yeah. It's a nice, honest assessment. I appreciate that. And so you don't think you can actually reach the higher echelons of the game just because of the body and
and unless he can find a way of managing his body better and be able to produce it, because he might have to roll back on the kind of tennis he wants to play in order to maintain the body, which means that's going to automatically restrict him. Like if he can't get that balance right, I don't see him making top 10.
Okay. We'll watch this space in terms of Jack. Arnaldi,
assessment by Nick Carter.
No, that'll be the headline. Mate. Arnaldi struggling to hold serve again here. This could be us turning into, something that we didn't probably expect, considering it was Arnaldi who was making all the play at the tail end of the first set. But a point for a double break here for Popyrin. Has he changed it up, or what's going on?
Risky forehand from Arnaldi that went right at the line. It worked because obviously he had a winner off it. Popyrin was looking at it going, did it hit the line? Wasn't sure. I think it just clipped it. Hawkeye's telling us, it was plumb on the line. Risky, low percentage shot, but he got the win, and it's back to juice.
Did you see Go's question? I know we jumped onto the actual action on the court, but Go's question about Draper's fragility, is it any worse than Sinner or Rune Alcaraz?
I would say so, yes. I don't think I think they found a way of still being able to produce great tennis frequently and manage injuries when they can't, because they do get injured, but Draper does seem to get injured more often. And I would also say, I would agree with Ghost, it's a genetic lottery. I am not a sports scientist. I'm not a sports physio or anything like that. No knowledge whatsoever. So I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly why. And I think only Draper could tell us. I don't think that's a secret he's going to give away until he finishes his career.
Just as you spoke, I think.
What a shot from Alexei Popyrin on the return! Monster inside out forehand winner, breaks for a double break, 3-love.
Yep, double break, 3-love, making short shift of this set, and it looks like we're heading into a decider. And Arnaldi's going to have to try and go back to the drawing board and rethink, or this is going to go Australia's way. The players sit down. As John mentioned, John, who's there, John Silk, producer and founder. But guys, if this is your first time there, let us know where. First of all, let us know where you are watching us from. Always good to see where we're reaching in the world. Keep the subscriptions and the subscribers going. We're aiming for 5,000 subscribers. The more of you guys.
Great, but I'm not sure how we'd get that.
Well, we get that if we get to 5. No, we don't. But
that's 5,000 YouTube members.
Yeah, 5,000. So get liking, get subscribing. Of course, as mentioned, John in the arena right now has been bringing us all content. He's been chatting to Novak, I think, pre the GB tie. But yeah, he's been bringing fans of Australia. Did you see the Australian video content he was putting up earlier?
Of course.
I thought that was really good. The guy looked like Marcus Purcell and the guys who booked the wrong day. You ever booked the wrong anything, Nick?
What was the question? Sorry.
Have you ever booked anything incorrectly, like the wrong day to an event or a wrong flight or anything?
I think I must have at one point in my life, or worried. No, I think it happened. I almost booked the wrong thing, and then realized at the last second before I clicked pay that it was wrong. But I have.
I've turned up at a restaurant on the wrong day. Like no, you're booked for tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Like what? Oh god. So we just went to the pub.
It's awkward, yeah.
But yeah, yes, John is in the stands at the moment. John, I don't know if you want to supply us with a pic somehow. I don't know. You could probably send it to Nick or I, and we can, or you can put it onto the screen. Since you'll be producing in the background, John, I'm sure. But yeah, John is there in the arena right now. He's been there since I think Monday or Tuesday. As I say, chatting to the players, asking them questions, filming some content with the fans. I don't know if you guys saw the Murray Musings one with Claire and the gang.
Yes. Cool. I'm going to see any content involving Murray Musings and Claire. I'm automatically going to do.
No, it's been good stuff. It's been really good stuff, and more to come in 2024, please. What's happening in the tennis right now, then, Nick?
Well, our scoreboard's telling us it's 30 all. My screen is telling me it's love 30, so I think Popyrin's going to win the next 2 points. Popyrin seems to be having a little bit of trouble holding serve, holding serve in this game, which it doesn't surprise me because it would. I think I'd be shocked if Popyrin, given the battles he's had holding serve in set 1, would suddenly fix it all in set 2. I think this is going to be a real battle for the rest of the set, and maybe even like into the third.
I think if Arnaldi needs, if there's going to be any way back in this set, it has to be done now. I think that's pretty obvious. And whether or not he can try and get one of these breaks back, start hitting big again like he was doing just at the end of that first set. Like I said, he was timing it like a dream. And you could just tell something was going to break there. John has mentioned that he actually went for a flight once, and he thought he was on this booked flight, and then he'd actually booked for one for 2 weeks later. John, did you get onto the plane? I'm sure more expense. You'll need to tell us how that fixed itself, shall we say. John is buzzing so hard on the Spanish cerveza, he's floating 3 inches off his seat. Yes, if you know John, that's probably true. Goes talking about the train systems. Are you not taking trains everywhere? I thought the Eurozone was top notch. You say that Ghost Day, I had a bad experience earlier. I got a free glass of wine, but then I left the room for 10 minutes to watch the Davis Cup draw. When I came back, the cleaner had swiped it. Mineswept it. I have a friend who used to do minesweeping. Nick, do you know what minesweeping is when you're in the pub?
I think I can guess.
Ghost, do you know what minesweeping is? John, anyone know what minesweeping is, Nick? It's when basically
minesweeper, and you go around.
Just basically start drinking everyone's drink, and they're all half drunk and stuff like that. I've got a friend who has done that many occasions, barking. Anyway, as usual, Popyrin is held his serve. He's just serving volleyed on my stream, Nick, just to bring himself up game point. We're still a little behind here. I might go and try when at the next changeover. I might try and see if I can find a different scoreboard, as John mentioned. But we'll stick with this one for now. And yeah, so John's experience with the red wine was nicked off him.
We've by the way, for an interesting, anyone's interested, based on the chat we were having about Djokovic Sinner earlier, Bastion Fashion on Twitter, who is obviously well known amongst the tennis community, probably one of the most followed tennis accounts out there, has just tweeted that apparently Djokovic is 0 for 7 against top 5 opponents in the Davis Cup and Olympics in his whole career.
No way.
Yeah, 0 for 7. 2006 Davis Cup Federer. 2008 Davis Cup, Davydenko. 2008 Olympics, Nadal. 2009 Davis Cup, Nadal. 2012 Olympics, Murray. 2021 Olympics, Zverev. 2023 Davis Cup.
So, whenever he's faced, was it top 5? Did you say, or top 7?
Top 5.
So whenever he's faced a top 5 player in Davis Cup, he's lost a match.
Yeah, in Davis Cup and Olympics combined.
Wowza, that's some good start finding though. That.
Yeah,
you know, how do you go about finding that?
Siddhant Guru for finding that stat, but yeah.
Yeah, that's unreal. That's a pretty eye-opening stat. That and I'm sure, funnily enough, Novak's the kind of player that it seems to me that he would know that. So that will particularly hurt him. And
that's going to give him some butterflies if he gets deep in the Olympics.
Yeah. Well, who was it beating last one? Zverev, wasn't it?
Zverev, yeah, and he was up in that match as well, Djokovic.
Yeah, I remember watching it.
I was thinking, what on earth happened?
Yeah, it was an absolute implosion, wasn't it? If I remember rightly, he just absolutely imploded.
Yeah, Alumino, it doesn't include doubles, it's singles only.
Well, there we go. Ghost is just talking about what I'm talking about. I'm sure it was an absolute implosion. And Ghost is saying, it's okay.
And then it was all downhill from there because he lost the bronze medal match to Carreño Busta. Interestingly, Djokovic has played 3 bronze medal matches at the Olympics and only won 1 of them.
Crazy, the crazy numbers. I mean, we all know, he said it out loud. We all know what he's going for next year. He's going for the calendar slam and the Olympics. If anyone can, he can, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, he's got that's a crazy stat to me in terms of the Zverev loss, or in terms of any loss at the Olympics in the Davis Cup, because his Davis Cup record's so good as well. Was it not yourself and I who were on a stream when we were trying to figure out where, it might have been Damien, when we were trying to figure out when he'd actually last lost at a Davis Cup tie, and we were talking maybe 2013.
Yeah, it's been years.
I
think it was 2009 he last lost a Davis Cup tie, which was that one to Nadal.
Was there not a Del Potro one that he had to retire though? I think they were talking about.
Oh, maybe. Well, okay. Last time he was beaten.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Okay, 4-1. Is that yourself who pulled up that, or is that John?
That John has done this.
Nice one. Okay, John. Appreciate that. We were getting distracted by Davis Cup chat.
We now have a scoreboard that's kind of on par with us. Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to go put a coat on because it's quite cold in my house.
It's cold. I've got an electric fire on here next, so don't worry about that.
Unfortunately, I've got 2 options. I can either charge the laptop that I'm streaming from, or put an electric fire on. It's one or the other due to nature of plugs and things. But we're here, and Nick is now warmer.
Well, we're all thankful for that, Nick.
I tell you where it's very warm. It's probably in Malaga in that stadium.
John, we would love a temperature update if you could, please, my friend. I get the thermometer out, and
obviously not just in terms of actual temperature, but also in terms of the tennis, scorching tennis from both players, and the atmosphere from the crowd probably as well.
Yeah, I like it. The Italian national anthem is one that I always that's one of the favourites.
It's my favourite national anthem. It's so happy, so jaunty.
Good.
It was one of the few things when I was watching Formula One in the Michael Schumacher dominance days. It was like, at least you get to hear the Italian national anthem, and that's fun to listen to. Scorching backhand winner from Arnaldi. Up the line. Copy Popyrin. He's got this smug grin on his face. Absolutely loving it.
Yeah. Almino just commenting that the returns are wild.
The Arnaldi returns, I think, were what won him the first set. He's been returning Popyrin's serve so well. Oh, he was going for the passing shot there, missed it. No, Popyrin was right in the net. Arnaldi tried to go for a big haymaker passing shot on the forehand and puts it over the baseline.
I'm a few seconds behind, and I can see his reaction was like much like mine.
Yeah, just in there. Again, slice backhand return, drop shot from Popyrin. Arnaldi's going to chase it down. Backhand volley from Popyrin to get the point. That's going to seal the game. No, it's 40-15. That scoreboard's super fast.
I've noticed this. Like tennis, like the point's hardly finished and they're already marking up the score. And then if you're not paying attention, you're like, have they changed the score yet? Or are they still about to change the score?
I think maybe the umpire's just hot on it.
I mean, the ball hasn't even like made it past the baseline and he's updating the score.
Oh, double fault from Popyrin, 40-30.
I think he's fairly easy street here. Unless it's been a bit of a reset from Arnaldi, who was all over the place for 10-15 minutes. But yeah.
I think Arnaldi's going to want to hold his next service game, regardless of how this one goes, because if, let's say, Popyrin wins this set, Arnaldi needs to go in with some kind of momentum, clearly, because then he knows that he can hold serve and make it more competitive in the third. If he gets steamrolled in the second, it's going to be harder to make himself back up for a third.
Nick, I'll put you on the spot here. Almino's asked us a question. Almino, do you mean WTA or ATP? But he's asking us favourite players because he hasn't spoken to us. Good to meet you, Almino. I'll let Nick answer that first and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, Popyrin has held for 5-1, so Arnaldi is going to have to stay in the set. I'm much more of a WTA guy. I watch way more WTA tennis than ATP tennis, and I tend want to watch me talk about WTA tennis. Then I'm on you get a weekly show with me and a guest where we'll talk about the latest updates. There's an ATP equivalent with Vanch and Damien. Amina, you're saying ATP. I was going to go with but my favorite players are all WTA. Sorry. So my favorite players, my favorite player is Iga Swiatek, followed by Leylah Fernandez. And then on the ATP side, my current ATP favorite player is Andy Murray right now. Because still very much invested on the journey that the Brit's gone on at the minute, and there's no really other ATP players that really caught my imagination in the same way.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I think I'll answer it, Almino, in this way in terms of matchups, like growing up. So, in terms of when I was growing up, I was Agassi over Sampras. So I always preferred to seem like the underdog, like the person who wasn't winning all the titles. I always wanted somebody to come and take those titles off him. So, for instance, like I said, Sampras winning titles, and then I kind of always rooted for Agassi. Same way with Federer. Then when Federer burst onto the scene, and then when Nadal was emerging and saying, right, okay, I'm going to stop you. Case in point, the 2008. Wimbledon final, that was like, yes, okay, he's beaten him. And I kind of followed Nadal through that. Of course, coming from Scotland and only being, 25 minutes away from Dunblane, big Andy Murray fan as well. Probably he would be the one who I would say, I'm a fan of his in terms of matchup. But in terms, the way I look at it is matchup. So like right now, I'm probably Alcaraz over Djokovic, if I'm being honest. But I don't know. I don't really know when it comes to Sinner and Alcaraz. When I look at them two, I'm still on the fence. Ask me this time next year. I love both the way they both play. I love the fact that Alcaraz is who he is. He smiles a lot the way through it. So yeah, I look at it, as ways of matchups.
Set point for Australia as Arnaldi's double faulted 15-40.
Wow.
So yeah, I was talking about this game being critical to give him some kind of momentum. This is exactly what Popyrin does not want right now. Not Popyrin, Arnaldi. Arnaldi does not want right now. So Italy serving. Huge serve from Arnaldi. Ace. No, he's missed it. Second serve.
Not another double fault, is it?
I don't think so. It's a second serve. Goes into play. Backhand from Popyrin to the backhand of Arnaldi cross court. Slice from Popyrin under pressure. Counter slice from Arnaldi. They're just slicing at each other. That was attempted lob from Popyrin that goes way wide. First set point saved by Italy. 30-40. feel like we're being mocked for our choice of Andy Murray because apparently Michael's just written him off as a has-been past player. But as far as I'm concerned, he's still very much active. If I'm allowed to have past players, then no one's ever going to top Roger Federer.
Yeah, fair enough.
And serve for Arnaldi to save the second set point.
No, I haven't, Sean. To answer your questions about the Ronnie O'Sullivan documentary, I have not watched that.
I do enjoy a bit of snooker, though, Sean. I don't know why. I'm not sure if people do stream snooker. There probably is someone out there, but they should.
There definitely will be. There's a guy called on Twitter called, is it Gary on Q? Something like that, who does a lot of snooker talking. Is probably the best way to describe it. But yeah, why don't you, Sean? Why do you not start a snooker streaming channel?
Probably because then if Sean starts streaming snooker, he's not going to come talking to us anymore.
Good point. And also a snooker stream for a match, let's be honest, is about 3 days sometimes.
Yeah.
The wife and kids will be going, what's going on, Sean?
Yeah, it's like mind you, you could say the same thing about cricket, right? And Aldi's helped, by the way, so they're changing ends at 5-2. And I've just realised I've not plugged in my mic.
Well, there you go. We couldn't even tell.
No, apparently the mic on this laptop is actually good enough without having to plug this thing in.
Arnaldi holds serve after fighting off some break points. Michael's making the point that in the USA they don't even watch snooker. Never mind stream it. Who was that? Was Cliff Thorburn? Thorburn, was he American or was he Australian? I can't remember. Canadian. Jesus, neither. Okay, there you go. But I remember him winning that famous final. I think that was 86 or something like that.
Classic. What the when it went
Dennis
down
Taylor.
to black.
Yeah, the respotted black, I'm sure.
Yeah, that was Dennis, I think. Dennis something. Dennis Taylor.
Dennis Taylor, yeah.
Oh wow, bit before my time. But I know that was very much a legendary final. What would you think is the tennis's closest final to a respotted black of?
Well, it would be, a tie break, wouldn't it? A final set tie break.
So you're
Federer
probably
Del Potro. Tell me about Federer Del Potro in the US Open. Was that a final set tie break?
No, 6-2 final set, I think.
Was it 6-2? I remember there was a call, like a challenge from Federer.
Yeah, no, that was the fourth set.
Was it? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great start for Australia, by the way, as Popyrin serve volleys to get the first point, 15-love. Yeah, I think the only two Grand Slam finals that have gone to final set tie breaks have been the 2019 Wimbledon final and the 2020 US Open final.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Very different.
There's your respotted black.
Yeah. But yet, nothing seems to be able to top Wimbledon 2008, which you could argue was kind of similar.
Yeah.
But anything that kind of goes past a final set that goes to 6-6 or beyond.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I mean, but if you'd had if it goes any longer than that, do you start? I mean, do they now make a tie break in the final set, don't they? They've changed that.
Yeah. But I suppose if you were to look at it historically.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Don't know. Good question. 15-0 in the match here. Is that where you're at as Popyrin?
Yeah. Huge serve from Australia, Popyrin, and Arnaldi tried to go broke on the return, put it over the baseline, 30-15. Australia are 2 points away from leveling this rubber up. Popyrin's going to be serving right now, goes out wide, misses it. I think it was called out. Arnaldi challenged it, was going to challenge it anyway, but it was clearly out. Second serve from Popyrin. Arnaldi, huge return. Just finds the corner on the forehand, and it's 30-all.
I mean, Arnaldi's still playing well. I think he's had a poor start to this set, but that, I mean, the hitting, that's sublime. That's right into the corner. It looked lovely, and as I said, his timing was decent in the end of the first set. just lost his way a little bit, hasn't he? I think it'll be an interesting. I think it'll be a much closer third set. I don't think there'll be one player dominates.
Ace from Popyrin to get us to set point. Here we go. Are we heading for set 3 in Malaga? Serves from Popyrin out wide, just misses. So close, but it just misses. So it's a second serve. Tried to go out wide. Second serve. In play. Backhand from Arnaldi into the forehand of Popyrin, which is well over the baseline, and it's deuce. Very much going way too much for it, that one. Agree with you, Michael, by the way. Dan Evans, super talented player. Always good fun to watch, and always good to keep an eye on where he is in the draw. Very much went up in my estimation after winning Washington this year.
That came out of nowhere, though, didn't it? I mean, he had literally no form.
Yeah, that was Dan Evans' thing. Ace from Popyrin, match point again, set point. Set point again for Australia.
Was that an ace? He does, yeah.
It was very much
behind you. Yeah. Just behind you.
Very much an ace. So, Alexei Popyrin's going to try again. Is he going to go for broke? Misses, trying to go down the tee, goes wide. Everything resets. It's a second serve again. You can tell that Popyrin's trying to use his firepower to finish off this set. Backhand into the net from Arnaldi. We're into a decider in this first tie in Malaga. Leighton Hewitt approves. He claps.
I'm sure he does. In terms of Davis Cups, then Nick, there's been chat. I think last night watching it, a few people were saying, this is exactly what Davis Cup was made for. This is a pure old school Davis Cup scenario, in terms of the Djokovic Sinner match. A lot of passion about. And I just wondered, has this worked? This format has taken its criticism. This format, but the tennis has been pretty good these last few days. And I just wondered, we're now into a third set in the first rubber. It's pretty intense stuff, isn't it? Does this work for you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Davis Cup. A lot of people have fond memories of sort of home and away ties, and that seems to be the foundation of what Davis Cup is. But that was more for logistical reasons.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know the much about the history of Davis Cup, but until 71 or 72, they changed the format. So that, up until that point, for the tournament, they've been going since 1905, I think. The Davis Cup final was actually the defending champion against whoever came through the draw.
Right. Okay.
So 1900 was the first one, actually. So this is one of the oldest competitions in tennis. So imagine a scenario, and it would be held at that defending title's home. So imagine a scenario where, the winner of this match will be going to Canada to play the final. Yeah, against Canada.
Yeah.
So that would be the scenario there. So I get why sort of that's in the DNA, but I think in the sort of modern scenario where you want to have maybe a bit more variety of who's going to win it, actually playing it in a neutral venue with the fans flying in, a bit like the Champions League final, actually works really, really well. I think the issues with the formatting is more logistical of trying to play everything in 1 week, whereas having the Davis Cup final is kind of this big event that everyone's kind of watching on a Sunday or whatever actually does work quite well.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's been good, as I said to you. I've watched a fair bit of Davis Cup in the past, but I've quite enjoyed it. Like, it's just all in one place, and it's all within a schedule, so you can watch it all, and who's on tomorrow, and I like the all in one place aspect. The fact that your man John has went out, and you can just see all the stars all in one place, and I like that aspect of it. So I know that it'll probably stay because it's for TV and TV rights and people. That's how the world works now in sport. But yeah, I've quite enjoyed the tennis as well. I thought it's been good tennis. It's worked out. Just want to say hey to Jake. Jake, an avid follower of the stream. Good to have you with us, Jake, for this final set. Jake, let us know where you
hear your insights, Jake, because you're usually spot on the money.
Yeah, that just about to say that exact thing. just Jake, give us your thoughts. I'm going to just jump to the gents very, very quickly, Nick. I'll be back in a second. All right, bye.
Okie dokie. Right. Well, we are on for a thrilling finale to this set in this match between Alexei Popyrin and Matteo Arnaldi, where the result of this match will decide who has the advantage going into the rest of the tie. There is still one more singles match and one more doubles match to go, and a doubles match to go. Yeah, obviously, the next singles match is going to be Jannik Sinner taking on Alex de Minaur, which you will probably, which will be brought to you by Damien and Vanch. I'm having to second guess myself because I said that they hosted ATP Weekly, and I realised no, that's Damien and Mario. But they're going to be taking you through that second match. So we hope that you enjoy that. Backhand in play from Arnaldi is under putting Popyrin under pressure, trying to get a good start set. Another blinding forehand up the line attempt from Popyrin, but he misses it. It's 15-love. And then obviously, yeah, keep an eye out on this stream as well, because we will be bringing you the doubles as well. But obviously, that second singles match could well be decisive, particularly if Arnaldi manages to seal this tie for Italy. He's just put a forehand over the baseline. He's raising his arms, 15-all.
Yes, I did say I was with the gents. I was just trying to be polite. I didn't want to say toilet. I like the toilet. So I was just trying to be nice and polite, but
there were probably even less polite ways than that to be saying. But anyway,
exactly. So I just, but I see I've been picked up on my choice of language. Thanks, guys.
And now everyone thinks you live in a pub.
Absolutely. 2 seconds.
Anyway, so we are into an interesting situation here with Australia, with Popyrin already being at 15-30, and potentially already Arnaldi in trouble at the start of this set. It's been the first set was a real scrap, but it seems to be that Popyrin's with kind of Arnaldi going for broke side. Oh, what a passing shot from Alexei Popyrin as Arnaldi was covering in to try and put behind his first serve. That return from Arnaldi was so high and out of reach. Push just so high. There was no way Arnaldi could reach it. Lands just inside the baseline, and it's break points for Popyrin in Australia. And yeah, at the minute, Popyrin's coming up with some absolute magic in this match. Big forehand from Arnaldi saves the first break point, though. Too good. No way Popyrin could control that shot.
I mean, Arnaldi, it seems to be like I say, the trend in this match is that the player that wins the first set doesn't go on to win the match. I did watch the Arnaldi match earlier in the event, the quarterfinals against the Netherlands. I think he was playing Bodic van de Zandschap.
Ace, by the way, to save the other break point.
Okay, I was going to basically criticise him and say, like, he seems to start off well and then fade in sets 2 and 3. And I just wondered if that's something you've noticed about his general game on the tour. It's just I wondered.
I've only really watched
2 matches that I've watched him recently. He takes the first set and then he basically fades.
I think Damien's probably a better person to ask that, but I am of the view that I would have to have a look at his results, to be honest. I think he did quite well against Feast in that 5-setter where he kind of came back to win that match. A huge forehand from Popyrin mid-court to hit a winner, advantage to him, and Arnaldi slipped over trying to kind of double back to pick it up. He's okay, but yeah, he did lose his balance and fall over as he saw this ball coming behind him.
It's getting tense. It's
not too worried. Second serve for Arnaldi, so that's something to be probably aware of. There is that's going to be making life easier a little bit for Popyrin. Second serve, Popyrin gets the forehand into play. Forehand Arnaldi, big haymaker forehand, winner, saves the break point. He's going for broke on so many of these.
He's hanging on. He's hanging on. I'm just looking. So Australia, you mentioned they're one of the most successful. So the last time they won this was 2003, right? I'm doing a bit of Googling myself.
20 years ago.
When Late Hewitt was in the team. So that's interesting.
Imagine Hewitt was in the team at the time.
He wasn't in the team.
He wasn't.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I think he was. That's what I'm thinking. Saying what I'm asking. I'm saying 2003. Late Hewitt would have been kicking about then, would he not?
Yeah, he would have been. Yeah, I mean, I can have a look. Let's have a look. World Group, 2003, World Group. Yeah, they beat Spain in the final 3-1. This is obviously before Nadal was playing for him. Arnaldi seems to be is a game point away. By the way,
in the Spanish team, Verdasco.
Yes. So okay. So here we go. Here are the ties. This is back when it was best of 5 ties rather than 3 ties. Tie number 1. Leighton Hewitt versus Juan Carlos Ferrero.
All right, okay, yeah.
That went 5 sets.
Wow.
Then,
okay, so they played 5 sets at the time, even then.
Yeah, went 5. Mark Philippoussis against Carlos Moya. Moya 1 and 4.
Wow, that's a good set. That's 2 good teams.
Wayne Arthurs and Todd Woodbridge then beat Alex Corretja and Feliciano Lopez. And then and beat them, and then Mark Philippoussis clinched the tie by beating Juan Carlos Ferrero in 5 sets.
That's right. I remember this now. By the way, I'm telling you, I remember that they basically swapped who they played.
Yeah, and then they didn't play Hewitt versus Moya.
Yeah, because it was done. Yeah, okay.
But yeah, the score in the Philippoussis Ferrero match is insane. It was 7-5, 6-3, 1-6, 2-6, 6-love.
Ferrero, of course, now coach of Carlos Alcaraz. So, yeah, wow, okay, that's a quality lineup. Philippoussis as well. Apparently the most laid-back guy ever.
Philippoussis?
Yeah, apparently just so laid back, it's unreal. He's just like a cool, like Aussie beach dude.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, that would have been a mouth-watering final though, because that's just so many good players in those teams.
Yeah. Yeah, fitting final.
Although I'm just looking, according to Wikipedia, there was an incident in the final where because the final was held in Australia,
right,
in the Rod Laver Arena, and they played the wrong Spanish national anthem.
All right, now that could be controversial because obviously there was a civil war. So I'd imagine there was something to do with that, was it?
Yeah. Hymno did. I think it was just one they didn't use anymore.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah. I think it might have been. I don't know why. It wasn't quite as bad as obviously incidents in history where parody national anthems have been done instead. That was like the Kazakhstan incident. I just can't remember what sport that was, but that was it's not quite on that level.
Is that because they played one for like Borat or something?
Yeah, they played the Borat one by mistake.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I forget which sport that was.
Don't know. Just on the tennis. So Australia 30-15 in this game. Arnaldi did manage to see out his hold of serve. I did think it was going to be a lot closer in this set, and it looks like it's going that way so far. Both players, absolutely melting the ball when they get any sort of time. And Popyrin has just served one out wide, which is put long by Arnaldi. So we're looking like we're going to be 1-1 final set, deciding set, and this is a big tie, a big next half an hour in terms of where this Davis Cup is going to end up at the end of.
And now they're scrambling it. They're really scrambling the ball, like hitting the baseline with these shots. Forehand from Popyrin. And now they scoops it up, just lands in. Backhand from Popyrin. They're just clipping the lines. Backhand to backhand right now. Forehand Arnaldi up the line is a winner. 40-30. You're gonna love this rally, Tom.
I'm watching it just behind you. Well described. And yeah.
And Arnaldi's
lovely.
hand to his ear. like this. He wants to hear the crowd. He wants the Italian fans going. He still believes he's in this.
Yeah, that's it's pretty special. That great winner. I mean, he was on the floor at one point, and he's went backhand cross court and then set it up for a forehand down the line. Not really good, Arnaldi.
Great. But still, another game point for Australia, and that service too good from Popyrin holds 1-1. So yeah.
After all that,
but
nothing to celebrate.
He had to put something special in.
What's that?
They had to put someone had to do something special after that.
Yeah. Hour and 44. It seems. I mean this in the best way, but it seems like this has been a lot longer. But it's only been an hour and 44. Okay, so getting deeper into the third set now, Arnaldi has lost his serve. I think more than he has. Yeah, he's lost serve more times than, or is it maybe 2 each or 3 each?
Yeah, I think. Well, I think they both Popyrin got broken in set 1 twice. Arnaldi got broken in. Oh, what a rally, by the way! Which Popyrin wins with an overhead. Again, great bit of cat and mouse here.
This match is good, isn't it? This match is good. I'm loving that.
Yeah, Popyrin coming in and then forcing Arnaldi to come in, and then Popyrin finishing off from kind of a little behind the service line. Yeah,
that was good.
They're really competing here.
Yeah, every rally seems to be. Certainly, the quality has stepped up. He's a point down. I'm just trying to see if the Davis Cup website will give us any kind of statage.
There should be. They've got some really good stats on Davis Cup. By the way, I think Andre agrees with your assessment by the look of this tweet.
I'm very sure it's the most important.
Given he's saying that it's the most important tie.
Yeah.
So both of our assessments. Huge return from Popyrin, who then comes in behind a slice, goes for the backhand volley, winner, 15-30. Great job from Popyrin there. That was a brilliant return, and he capitalised on it.
Yeah. Just saw that, and he's come into the net. His time. I like the way Popyrin times his approach. He seems to time it well. Now I may have missed a point because I think you were describing a certain point that Arnaldi won when he was approaching. But every time I've seen Popyrin use that slice and then come to the net, he has put away the next point or the next stroke. Just looking at the statage, so Arnaldi's broken twice so far, taking 2 of his 9 break points. Popyrin's broken 3 times, 3 of his 13.
And he's got another chance to break for a 4th time, 15-40 for Popyrin. I think he might have had breakpoint chances in the previous service game for Arnaldi. I may be remembering that wrong, but I'm sure he was in that service game.
Don't know about that. I
think he may have made it close.
I can't remember the last time Arnaldi had a break point on the Popyrin serve, mind you. Can you? Was that maybe in the second set?
During the second set at some point. Second serve on this break point. Forehand from Arnaldi's mid-court. Backhand slice from Popyrin. Forehand, Popyrin cross court, moving Arnaldi around on the stretch. Goes back behind on the forehand, but he's just pushed it long. And he's frustrated, and Popyrin's frustrated. He pushed that forehand. Nice bit of power on it, but it went over the baseline. It's 30-40. And Arnaldi's going to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to both players, they have managed to come out with some decent tennis when they have been down, a break point and a set point, and it's made this match a lot more interesting because of that. So fair play. I think, I'm still seeing him. He's 30-40 down. He's got 1 to go.
Yes, first serve out wide from Arnaldi is 2 wide. Second serve in play, huge second serve. They backhand up the line to the forehand of Popyrin short. And Arnaldi's trying to pin him behind. It works, forces the air on the backhand. Arnaldi's saved those break points. It's deuce.
Well played.
So deuce for And we've got this Australian woman in the crowd just hyping everyone up. And the Italians are trying to counter. Deuce right now. Another critical game. And it feels like it's definitely switched from all the pressure being on Popyrin's service games to all the pressure being on Arnaldi's service games. Mega serve from Arnaldi. Just clips the line advantage to Italy. It kind of sort of kicked up off the line, off the paint. And it was really... Yeah.
I mean, really good. If he meant it, perfect place to place it. But yeah, okay. So game point, Arnaldi.
First serve into the net. Second serve coming up. Can he put this game away before this change of ends? Second serve out wide again. Backhand from Popyrin. Drop shot from Arnaldi into the net. It was the right shot because Popyrin was well behind the baseline, but that was not well executed. It wasn't even anywhere near going over the net, that drop shot.
Oh, that's a complete mishit.
Complete mishit on the drop shot. And so he's not gone out this game. He's
the
giving
bailout drop shot. John, I would like you, again, if somebody's not watching Arnaldi maybe enough, I take it that's just when he basically can't be bothered doing the running. He tries to go for that early.
I think it's the first, yeah. I don't think either of them have had a magnificent drop shots this match, but it's not been that much on display. But when they have done it, it's not like perfection from either player on it. Advantage Italy, by the way. Arnaldi again managing to force an error from Popyrin. I'm saying the score out loud because I know it's
yeah, that's
game.
No, that's okay. So yeah, game point to the Italians.
Yeah, Arnaldi looks like he's had his rhythm interrupted, but now he's going to be serving. Goes into the net on the first attempt. Goes to pick up that same ball, but chucks it away, just sort of to save some time. Try not to disrupt his rhythm too much because he looked like he was going to come in behind that serve. Coming behind the serve on the serve volley. Second serve, forehand into the net from Popyrin on the return. He was pushed way behind by that kick. 2-1 Italy in this deciding set.
Well, I was going to ask John, unless there's going to be music there, but John, I'd like to know if you've seen Man United's goal, Scorcher. By Garnacha, is that what his name is? He's just scored an overhead kick against Everton.
I think I might have seen him just tweet about it.
John?
Yeah. But, you know, if he's multitasking, watching this match and Man United, fair play.
Yeah, I know. Producing at the tennis, writing things in the chat and watching Man United. A man of many talents.
At least he can get away with it because he's working for himself today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just googled the Man United game, and yeah, that is a spectacular kick from Garnacho in that Man United game. What's the tennis equivalent of an overhead kick?
Well, surely a tweener.
Yeah, no? Tweener winner.
Tweener winner. Tweener lob. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it depends on what happens with the lob. I definitely think it has to be a winner.
Yeah.
If you think a bicycle kick goal, like it's kind of point ending at that point.
John, obviously a big Man United fan, so I just knew that he'd be all well on top of that. Okay, but we're on top of this one. Have you got a winner yet? A winner in your head so far, Nick? I know it's very close.
I am currently, I think, based on, let's see, because obviously I think I didn't see the match, but based on what Arnaldi was saying about it, of like Djokovic winning every single Sinner game and pushing it, I would have backed Djokovic to win that set, that match. So there's that caveat. But based on this and seeing who's under the most pressure on serve, I have to go with Popyrin winning this.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm leaning with Popyrin at the moment, just because he's been making all, like you say, he's been making all the pressure. He's been winning his service game. When it comes to these type matches, always look at who is taking his his or her service game in the more comfortable manner. And right now, we've got to say it's the Australian. So we sit and wait as he hits the net on a first serve.
Great serve volley, though.
Oh, he puts away with a ball. I was about to ask, yeah.
40 love, yeah, brilliant. Just first serve, backhand volley, calm as you like, job done. 40 love. And Hewitt's absolutely loving seeing this. Obviously, it's 20 years since, as we were talking about earlier, Leighton Hewitt was part of that winning Davis Cup team with Mark Philippoussis and Todd Woodbridge against Spain. Backhand in play from Arnaldi. Inside out, forehand from Popyrin is wide, 40-15. This is
I'm sure, John, you must have a servant somewhere or somebody a butler to go and get you a wine. You just click your fingers in Malaga and somebody comes running.
We refer to the talking tennis gremlin.
The talking tennis gremlin. Well, why is that talking tennis gremlin not sitting beside John right now and going and doing his bidding?
Must have got lost in the airport. Ace again. It's an ace from Popyrin, 10th ace of the match. And he's closed the game out 2-2.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking there we go with timing. I thought it was a red. I thought it was a glass of red that John liked. I'm surprised he's a white wine drinker. But what is that in the background? That looks chocolatey.
I don't think this is a live photo.
This was the wine taking. Oh, that was the one that was pinched by the cleaner.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but I know what you mean, Tom. I've always thought of
John as a red drinker,
a white.
Yeah, yeah. But you live and learn. You know, you live and learn.
Yeah, you think you know someone after working with him.
Has your opinion changed of John Silk because of such news?
Oh no, I'm not. No. I don't drink either type of wine, so I can't comment.
There you go. There you go. He'll be on the Mao. Is that MAHOU?
Take your word for it.
Mao, that's the bevy, or I don't know if that or Madre. That's the new one, the Spanish one. That's a Madrid one. Mao is Madrid beer. That or Mao is Madrid beer. That okay. What's Madre? Well, the Seville one was what El Campo one or El Cazampo. That was a good one when I was in Seville. Anyway, I digress as usual. Italy 15 all I have. Where are you on it?
Yeah, 15 all. Great point from Arnaldi to get that one, but Popyrin's putting under pressure already. Backhand into the net from Arnaldi, 15-30. Again, we would same as what we were talking about earlier. Arnaldi's the one under pressure.
Yeah. And you know, it's because of the big hitting there from Popyrin. I mean, we've been, or I've been giving plaudits to the hard hitting of Arnaldi, but Popyrin, you can see here is pushing him back. It's taking away any kind of time that Arnaldi has to make a decision or trying to get some purchase on the ball, and he's found the net there.
That slice from Popyrin is just long. That slice has been helping him out a lot, but in this case, it wasn't quite good enough, and it's 30 all. And Arnaldi's relieved that the pressure is off there a little bit. 30 all still, but at least it's not 15-40 for the Italian. Getting ready to serve already on this game. Huge serve, game point.
Game point, okay. So yeah. we could have a with serve set. Great serve that, actually. Just saw it there. Yeah, he needed that, and that might give him a bit of a G up in terms of the closing stages of this match. Oh, I thought that was the game.
Huge in forehand. No, they're trading forehands at the minute. Popyrin that just clips the line. Under pressure at the minute, but Arnaldi's forcing Arnaldi to play the next shot. But that shot from Arnaldi is too good. It's a forehand win up the line. It's 3-2. And that was actually a very good hold, given the circumstances, from Matteo Arnaldi.
Yeah, when he gets time, he can hit the ball, and he's good at placing it. I like what I'm seeing from him. It's just only if the Australian gives him that time. And what he has been doing really well for the last hour or so is taking that time away. So he needs to find that again. I'm sure Leighton Hewitt will be saying something similar. but we talked about it. It's so close, isn't it? It's marginal. It's going to be a mistake. It's going to be. This has got the feeling of, there's going to be a big moment, whether it be a big miss, a big winner. It's going to be one of those oh my god moments that's going to decide this one. There he is. God.
Oh my word!
I'm surprised none of the service balls are going to hit him there. Any of those. That's a great angle.
It's a great angle. I mean, I don't know how you can watch the football as well.
Well, the funny thing is, he's not the only one there doing so. He's not. The guy in front of him is doing the exact same. They're all watching the football, the tennis, and writing for whatever publication they are representing. So fair play.
Hey, this is what it takes to be a member of the press.
Yeah,
multitasking.
Absolutely. I had to jump in and do work for my publication earlier because I was just so far behind, and just to give myself a kind of head start because there's just so much going on right now. And I just thought I need to do a few hours this morning just to catch up. And that's just the way of the world, isn't it?
That is the way of the world. But I didn't have to do too much multitasking when I was in the press room in Birmingham. But I can imagine if that was my full-time job, it'd be a bit different. Yeah. Oh my word! Great overhead from Popyrin to open the point. Under a little bit of pressure from Arnaldi, but 15 love as the clock hits 2 hours.
Has the director done the usual and zoomed in on the clock as it changes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the most. They love that. The directors of tennis broadcasting love that shot. I mean, that was a fairly kind of comfortable, put away there for the Australian.
I mean, interesting choice of angle, very much going away, trying to get away from Arnaldi there. Second serve from Popyrin, the backhand, but it's a nasty kick, and the backhand from Arnaldi on the return is wide, 30 love. There we go. Guy in front of John is actually watching a La Liga game, which I thought he might be, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Malaga Murcia is La Liga. Either that or it's a lower league, Spanish league thing. Oh my word, that is a... was that wide? I don't know. I think that was an unreturnable serve from Popyrin. Not sure. No, they're resetting positions, so it's love 30. They're 30 love even like.
It was a let. It was a let.
It was a let, right. Yeah, first serve in play, but the return from Arnaldi is so good and really awkward for Popyrin to pick up, puts it over the baseline, 30-15. And that might just give Arnaldi a little bit of a foothold here. Something to push on from. And that's a net cord on that serve. So we're doing a first serve again. So that's 2 net cords back to back for Popyrin. A little bit of tension coming in maybe for the Australian in this increasingly critical moment in this match. Huge first serve though. The return is long, 40-15.
$30-15, is it? 40-15?
Yeah, 40-15, yeah.
Went long, yeah, 40-15.
40-15, yeah, very long. Popyrin gets ready again. It's going to be serving up the tee. Backhand from Arnaldi. For this volley from Popyrin trying to put it away. Is forced to play another volley, but that's still too good. Arnaldi can't run it down. It's 3 games all.
Well, that was a miss hit there by Arnaldi, but fair play to him. He fought on. He chased down every ball, but just too good from the Australian. And we go on with not much in the way of pressure, break points. But it's intriguing, it's enthralling. Again, this is one that this is what happens in the Davis Cup last night.
Yeah.
You've got the Djokovic versus Sinner scenario, but in the background you've got the fact that it's country be country, and it means a hell of a lot. And that's the same here.
This is the World Cup of tennis, as the Davis Cup so often markets itself. And yeah, it does mean a lot winning it. I think that's why every
just give you that added aspect, when would we have this much invested in an Arnaldi versus Popyrin match? Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But it just adds that little bit of impact, and Popyrin makes the first move in this one. he gets his love 15 on the Italian serve, so could be a bit of danger here.
Ace from Arnaldi, 15 all.
There we go. No danger.
Hey, love that. Could be a bit of danger here. Ace.
Well, that's the problem you've got when you're a little bit behind. When you try and build up the drama, and then you and Matteo just snuffed it out here.
Ooh, really crafty return from Popyrin. Just clears the net. I think it might have come off the top of the middle of the net, and Arnaldi attempted to try and scoop it up. Just goes in the net. 15-30.
Now, Almino is warning about something, and he's mentioned shot, and here we go. You guys just wait, or just you guys wait. I'm expecting something pretty epic here, Almino.
I'll move the microphone further away from me. Return in play from Popyrin. Forehand for Arnaldi. Forehand Popyrin to the forehand of Arnaldi up the line. Backhand Popyrin cross court to the backhand cross court. They're trading it. Backhand to backhand. Great shot off the line for Arnaldi, but Popyrin somehow runs it down. Forehand Arnaldi's behind into the net. Oh, what a passing shot by Popyrin. Just dips in the most awkward place possible for the guy at the net. It's 15-40. It's more break point.
Wow. Wow. I mean, that is like, that's one of those curlers. And he wrong foots him. He totally wrong foots him. I think Arnaldi thought he was going up the line.
What a performance. What a shot from Popyrin. Can he convert? Can he get
if we're being completely honest, though, Arnaldi's in absolute no man's land there. He's came forward when he's got no right to come forward there. And he could have went up the line.
They're into a rally. Popyrin's put the ball in the net. 30-40.
30-40.
Saved. Breakpoint saved.
Yeah. And I get...
Yeah. Maybe he was in no man. I mean, was he in no man's land? Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, he could have went up the line. My point is, he could have went up the line. He went cross court, but he had so much time to pick and choose there. I just thought he mistimed that.
Oh, so the volley that was then followed before the passing shot. Popyrin's now ready. He wasn't before, but he is now. Arnaldi's got this next break point to try and save. Serves.
That's a big moment.
Huge serve, and it gets him the point. Deuce. 2 break points.
Okay.
Again, clutch.
Yeah, fair play. We spoke about it all match. When these players have somehow managed to find themselves in a dodgy situation, they've managed to big serve it out a lot of the time. Fair play.
Great results there. First serve is, I think that might have been a let there. It was big, but obviously didn't count. Out wide for the second serve. Forehand from Arnaldi trying to move Popyrin around. Slice from Popyrin. Arnaldi goes for the drop shot. Popyrin's going to make it. Just about. Goes cross court. Goes way too cross court on the angle. And it's wide. And it's advantage to Arnaldi.
Oh.
It was an okay drop shot. It was a decent drop shot from Arnaldi. Popyrin got to it okay. Maybe didn't have a lot of options on the angle, but just put too much on it.
I don't know. Do you follow your man? Is it John Wertheim on Twitter?
Yeah, John Wertheim, yeah.
He's just tweeted 5 minutes ago about the Slams joining and acquiring the 10 biggest events and forming a super tour. Perhaps have a look at that. We can maybe chat about that at the end of the match.
I'm going to have a look at that.
Yeah, it says, for what is worth, hearing more chatter about the Slams joining to acquire the 10 biggest events and forming a super tour, with Saudi Arabia getting the 10th event, leaving the ATP and the WTA to run 500s and year-end finals. A lot of hurdles to clear, but this would be the proverbial game changer. Stay tuned.
Yeah, that's definitely a Super League mentality. And that is giving the Slams a little bit more control over tennis, which is interesting. I think I would want to hear about how it was structured before I gave some more thoughts on it. I'm not against the idea in principle of, these 10 events are going to be the biggest events, or 14 events, 15 if you include Olympics.
What's the 10 events? So are you talking a big kind of Grand Slam nature event once a month, and throughout the year, and then have you maybe from February to November, and then you got Davis Cup or February to October and Davis Cup?
Yeah, you could do that. I think that'd be reasonably.
These events are going to be 2-week events, aren't they? Because that's the way the 1000s are going.
It would basically be 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off for the players.
Yeah. So I wonder
worked that out correctly, wouldn't necessarily be a disaster.
I know, but I suppose are you doing 2 weeks? Then you're getting a big Grand Slam every month, and then you're doing 2 weeks without any tennis. Are you? I mean, I know it won't be like that, but I don't know. Yeah, like you say, I think I would need to try and see a structure and more.
As someone who likes Formula One, that's basically the structure of that sport anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, they have a mid-season break, don't they?
Usually, yeah, in August for a month, they take a month off.
Oh my word! I cannot believe Arnaldi did not win that point.
There's another bit of scrapping from Popyrin. Great network there.
You just went it straight at him, almost as the Popyrin just put his racket out and it bounced off it.
I mean, going back to what we were talking. Oh, actually, we'll cover this right in a minute. Slice from Popyrin is long and point for Arnaldi, 15-all, and the Italians are getting behind their man because if he breaks, he's serving for this tie. Well, not the tie, the match. Could be the tie, depending on how confident they are. Well,
depends on where you sit. Interesting development on late on a Sunday while the Davis Cup is going on. So, but yeah, something to think about.
Yeah, I think the other thing to consider is it actually probably wouldn't change my tennis watching habits anyway, really, because I mainly watch those events anyway, and then I might watch the occasional 500 or 250 if it's on, if I've got time. But I'm not going to necessarily prioritize watching those matches at that level anyway.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I suppose, with anything, sometimes people don't like any change, and then once it's actually happened,
it's probably going to take a few years to happen. It's not going to happen in 2024, and obviously there's going to be a lot of discussions with those events to see if they want to do it. So, it needs to be lucrative enough.
Okay, back to what we've got. Tennis.
Brilliant return from Arnaldi, putting Popyrin under pressure. He tries to come in 40-30.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. Both players have played well, and you've got to credit them. Both players have some really nice ground strokes. Have had their moments in the match. They've had their different momentum shifts. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been a really good match. They've both really explosive players to watch, and that means something. I certainly think this could easily be the first round of a Grand Slam, first or second round. And if you had this an outside court ticket, you'd definitely not be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, like I said to you, it's the biggest match of both their careers, no doubt about that. Given what's at stake, and so I think we're going to have a few twists and turns before the
great net play from Arnaldi. Gets it to juice.
Wow. That's his moment.
Comes in, Popyrin tries to
pass.
Oh,
what a volley.
Yeah, great volley.
He dictated that rally though, didn't he? Because he was just hitting the ball so well, placing it, had Popyrin on the run all point.
This does feel like Arnaldi suddenly turning it on.
Similar to the end of the first set.
Yeah. Turning it on to get the job done. But can he get the job done? It is juice on the Alexei Popyrin serve, the Australia serve. First serve's into the net. We're getting a second serve. I'm not surprised. That Arnaldi return has put Popyrin under a little bit of pressure these last 2 points. And Arnaldi steps in to receive. It's a double fault. It's a double fault. Break point for Arnaldi and Italy.
The nerves will be shattering.
The pressure is on Popyrin right now. And it's showing. Italy.
The first double of the set, apparently, Popyrin. And
Bad
what a time to
timing
do
for
it.
that. Under pressure. First serve. Up the tee. Too good. Too good.
Saves
It
it.
just
But again,
time with Arnaldi. Juice.
that's how you shut those who are celebrating when you hit a double fault, when you pull out an ace or an unreturnable in the next point.
There's just so much going on here right now.
Yeah.
So much going on. What does Australia have? This could be critical. First serve is long, and we're going to have a second serve for Popyrin. Arnaldi's ready. Serve from Popyrin to the backhand of Arnaldi. In play. Forehand cross court to the forehand cross court. They're trading forehands at the minute. Now it's a slice from Arnaldi. Popyrin's going to come in and puts Arnaldi under enough pressure that the backhand ends up in the net, and it's advantage to Popyrin.
Yeah, smart play. Again, I mentioned a minute ago, I like the way his timing when he approaches. He seems to know what he's doing. He knows when to approach. And again, he forced Arnaldi there to hit the net because he squeezed the space. Unless an absolute epic, backhand up the line there, he didn't really have much else to do there.
Yeah, absolutely. So first serve out wide, huge, but Arnaldi gets a racket on it. But Arnaldi Popyrin still finishes it off with a +1 forehand, winner up the line. They can do it for all.
I think we're going to get. I don't think we're going to a tie break.
You don't think we're getting a tie break?
No, I don't. I think we're going to get a winner before then.
You think Popyrin's going to break here?
I think I have a feeling one of them are going to maybe see this out before it has to go to 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I just think it's so. I think the nerves. I think something's got to give here. Popyrin, well done for saving off a break point. This is good. Oh, this is good. Good old school Davis Cup tennis. It matters so much.
As we've both said, and Andre has said, critical at the minute. Drop shot from Arnaldi. Popyrin's scrambling forward. Arnaldi's going to go for the passing shot. Arnaldi's covered it. Goes for the passing shot again. Arnaldi and gets it. Backhand right in the corner at the back of the court, and 15 love.
Oh, that was lovely. Again, I'm about 10 seconds behind you, but really nice play.
Yeah, just comes back behind again. Yeah, too good from the Italian. This is going to. I think it's the first time in a while. It's won the first point of his service game.
The Davis Cup trophy in the background there.
Biggest tennis trophy out there, I think.
Yeah,
must be.
I don't think it's the biggest sport because I think the Stanley Cup in ice hockey is the biggest sports trophy, but that's certainly up there. The Davis Cup.
Oh, great slice down the line from Popyrin off a brilliant forehand from Arnaldi. Slice backhand down the line is too good. It's 15 all.
He was absolutely melting that ball, Popyrin, and it just seemed to be the one that he actually took any pace off it. It was just more placed. It was really nice. Such conviction on it.
Little moment of genius there, considering that forehand was so good from Arnaldi. I loved seeing that. I thought, he's going to put himself in a good position there. First serve out wide from Arnaldi, but the return for Popyrin is in. Arnaldi goes on the attack with the forehand, puts it over the baseline, and tries to kick the ball in frustration. 15-30. And that forehand that went over the baseline was definitely a little overhit. Maybe out of frustration that despite that brilliant serve, Popyrin got that return in play. Serves from Arnaldi up the tee. Popyrin gets the ball short, but in play. Drop shot from Arnaldi is too good. The Popyrin can't run it down. Puts it in the net. 30 all. Really, that's the best drop shot we've seen all afternoon from Matteo Arnaldi.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, shows some balls there to play that at that stage. You know what I mean? The cheek of youth, I suppose. Try that in 10 years' time, buddy.
Yeah. Arnaldi, of course, one of the current prospects for the future on the ATP Tour. 21, 22 years old, I think. Maybe 22. Maybe even 23. But certainly has currently arrived. It's a second serve, by the way, for Arnaldi, which is attacked by Popyrin. Huge forehand winner up the line. 30-40. It's another break point for Australia. I think it's the third Italian service game in a row where they've had break points.
Again, a couple of seconds behind you. That was pretty wicked. That was dirty. I'm just trying to look at the amount of break points these guys have had. You know, both have had loads. I mean, Popyrin is converted 3 from 16. So this is his 17th break point.
Ace to save from...
oh, Jesus, there we go again. It's the same old story.
Yeah.
Luckily, this time I didn't say there was going to be danger.
No, but it's interesting that these guys are producing their biggest serving performances when it really, really matters, when they're up against it. Serves up the tee again from Arnaldi. Then the forehand back cross court comes into the net to finish. That volley is going to be too good by Arnaldi, and it's advantage to Italy in this game now. The crowd are loving this, by the way, absolutely loving it, because these are so spectacular tennis on display right now.
Yeah, it's really, really. I mean, this is something. If you're new to tennis and you started watching this because it was the Davis Cup final, whatnot, you've not been disappointed with this one. It's been really good.
So good right now. So yeah, great tennis to watch from both. Arnaldi went up the tee, just missed. Just missed.
Oh, what about the challenge of that? No.
Maybe not. Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he wants the rhythm on the second serve. Goes out wide. Double fault. Deuce.
Oh, wow. That was wild, though, that serve.
Yeah. Under pressure. Again, showing just a little tiny bit. Serve from...
I think Almino's talking about Popyrin playing dirty. I think there's suggestions that Popyrin maybe moved slightly just when he was about to load up. I don't know.
Forehand winner from Arnaldi, who's now roaring to the team. He's now got another.
He seems quite mild-mannered, though, doesn't he, Arnaldi?
Sorry?
He seems quite a mild-mannered guy. You know what I mean? There's not been any kind of over-exuberance or anything.
But then you get that with a lot of tennis players, right? Mild-mannered off-court, absolute beast on it.
Yeah. Rublev.
Yes. Rublev, ultimate example there. Obviously not allowed to take part in the Davis Cup at the minute. Serves into the net from Arnaldi. So it's going to have to be another second serve here. At least there's no controversy about missing that first serve. Second serve. Up the tee. That is an unreturnable second serve. That was a brave second serve by Matteo Arnaldi, who's now roaring his way to the change of ends. He's pumped. He's ready. He's taken himself one game away from this match. Pressure on Popyrin.
Right, my money is going. There's going to be a break of serve here.
This
5-4
game.
Final set.
You think this is the moment where Popyrin crumbles?
Yeah, got to be. There's something's got to give. But I've been wrong before, Nick, and I will be wrong again.
I mean, look, based on this, Popyrin should win this set, right? He's been in every Arnaldi service game. He's had opportunities to have almost every Arnaldi service game this set. And Arnaldi's held him off. And this is Arnaldi challenging his Jannik Sinner right now.
Yeah. I mean, that was every game for Jannik Sinner yesterday afternoon around about this time was an absolute slog for him just to hold. It's been similar for Arnaldi here, but we all know how that one finished. And maybe this is just Italy's year. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you just get that. It's just your luck's in. Maybe their name's already written on this cup. The Salad Bowl Cup, as it looks like. But yeah, so we don't know.
Yeah, this would be Italy's second Davis Cup. Obviously, they have won it once before in 1976, before pretty much everyone on the Talking Teds team was born, I think.
Just.
Do you
want to know how many points have been won by each man here?
Go for it.
Breakdown. Popyrin's won 107 points. and Matteo Arnaldi's won 101 points. So Popyrin leading by 6 points overall.
Great rally going on here. Arnaldi moving from side to side, but still getting it in somehow, putting Popyrin under pressure. And then that massive backhand winner cross court from mid court. Love 15. 3 points away from this rubber. Huge backhand.
That was brilliant. Lovely. And it was just the way he changed angle at the last second. For all the money in the world, he's going, to the far corner there, but he just went down his near side. Really nice.
By the way, Italy have been in 7 Davis Cup finals in their history. They only won the one. The last time in their Davis Cup final was 1998. Long day from their heydays of the 60s and 70s.
Who was that against?
Sweden. 1998. So
who was Sweden? Bjorkman?
Yeah, probably something like that. Yeah. Italy versus Sweden. So Italy had Andrea Gaudenzi and Davide Sanguinetti, Gianluca Pozzi and Diego Narciso. Sweden had Magnus Norman, Magnus Gustafsson, Jonas Bjorkman, and Nicholas Kulti.
Right. There's Berrettini on screen right now, giving his namesake a little bit of a coach of Wawrinka. Yep.
Yeah, Magnus Norman. Yep. Yeah.
So we're at 15-0. Ace by Popyrin.
30-15. Great. Yeah. Still trying to hold up under pressure here. First serve into the net. Nervy times. Popyrin's fought so hard. He's been the player who's been most in the match at the minute. Comes in behind that serve, but I think that might have been a double because he's walking back to the line, or it was a let. It must have been a let.
So, yeah.
It's a let, 30-15.
Nice catch, though.
Yeah, 30-15. So he was coming in behind that second serve. You can't do that again. Body serve this time on the second serve. Forehand over the baseline. 30-all.
It's tense, and the atmosphere and the decibels. I'm sure John can attest to this. Have just went up a notch because the Italians smell a win here.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a very, very closely contested match between these two. And yeah, Arnaldi's worked his way into this set after the disappointment of that second set. Out. First serve is long. Bye.
Not good for Australians, Aussie fans.
Let for Popyrin. So he has to reset and go for another first serve.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I thought it was long, but yeah, I've just seen it.
Yeah. First serve into the net. Right in the middle of
It's going to be a double fault.
It's the low part of the net. Yeah, we're trying to predict what Almino's saying in the chat here. Second serve is in. Forehand just off the top of the net from Arnaldi, which kind of disrupts Popyrin and drags the forehand wide. It's a match point.
Wow.
Yeah, it was just an unfortunate.
Oh my word.
Depending on who you support. Because
I cannot believe this. Is Arnaldi going to sneak it?
He might sneak it to put Italy. This point to put Italy in control of the Davis Cup final. We 1-0 up with 2 more matches to play. Popyrin serves. It's in, but Arnaldi's returns in play. Forehand inside out. Popyrin's going for the shot. It's passed. Arnaldi's done it. That passing shot was too good. Popyrin had no hope of controlling it, and Matteo Arnaldi has stolen this match, and Italy lead 1-0.
Oh my!
In the Davis Cup final. What a comeback! I mean, it wasn't really a comeback because he was set up, but what resilience from Matteo Arnaldi, emulating Jannik Sinner yesterday. He's loving this. He's bringing it into the crowd. That's got to be the biggest win of his career. Wow.
They are on the brink. The Italians are on the brink. Arnaldi is taken to the court to address his legion of fans. But I mean, that's just something else. I hate to say it, but I did predict that somebody was going to win it, before we went to 7-5 or 7-6. Well played to Arnaldi. He was under pressure the whole third set, really from the first set. It was Popyrin's match to lose. but he's managed to come through there. Fair play to him. Really, really nice. I think John might join us at some point to talk us through what he's just seen from the press box in Malaga. So we'll just wait for John. But yeah, now where does this tie go now? I know you maybe don't think that Sinner's match is a done deal, Nick. So
it's not a done deal, but I think Sinner is the heavy favourite.
I think he's got a 5-0 record against de Minaur.
De Minaur's a good player, but I think Sinner should win that matchup. I think he's going to be very comfortable with it, and he's playing very, very well right now. So yeah. And now looking at the those stats, monstrous stats. Both players hit so many winners this match. It was incredible.
Total winners 35 each, was it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Very few matches where that happens in a best of 3 sets.
I'm assuming that Almino is an Aussie. Am I right in saying that? Almino, because he's saying we can so close yet again. We came so close yet again. Almino's already given the Davis Cup to Italy. Sorry, I'm just laughing at Ghost again, referring to a Leo DiCaprio film. That was my fault 2 weeks ago. Speaking about DiCaprio films on a stream, and Ghost has never let me forget it. But yeah, so Almino is an Aussie. He's going to be potentially 2 years in a row losing in the Davis Cup final. Just to let you guys know, John is going to join us. I'm assuming any minute now from Malaga. We're going to leave this stream open, and then you're going to be given, two guys who, what they don't know about tennis, isn't worth knowing. Damon and Vance, I think it is, Nick, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll be taking you through, which could be, the last, tie of this Davis Cup in terms of Sinner versus de Minaur. Sinner playing, lights out tennis right now, so we'll wait for John for that. But in fact, Damien, I think, is on
Damien's arrived.
He's his way in. I don't know if you want to let him in and he can tell us what he thinks.
Well, let's see. Let's wait for his camera to come on. Give us a thumbs up when you're ready to join.
Well, there's John as well.
Everyone's here. It's a party here at Talking Tennis.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate.
Let me just plug my earphones in. I think I can't hear you right now, so give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, John.
Yeah, we'll give it a sec for John to join.
I think the most we can put on is 3 people, is it?
And then we can put 4 on. Let's get the score off the screen, and then let's put. Damien's not available right this second.
Oh, he's off. Okay.
But maybe we can put him on when he comes back on. But what a.
It was good though. It was a really entertaining match. I really enjoyed that one, and it will make me, next time I possibly see a Popyrin or an Arnaldi match on the tour, I'll probably tune in. John, how are you doing? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay, talk to us through that one. How was the atmosphere? I take it there's more Italians than Aussies?
Yeah, a lot more Italians, and I mean, the noise wasn't quite as loud today as it was yesterday. I think I said earlier that the noise when the match points were saved and then the match was sealed by Sinner in the singles match with Djokovic, I've never heard anything as loud as that at a tennis match in my life. But today's probably not quite at that level, but maybe we need Sinner to bring a bit more of the fire to the court. But listen, I guess it's advantage Italy is the obvious thing, but it's a bigger advantage, right? Because of what's to come. We're looking at, I'm saying 70-30. It's by no means guaranteed, but if Sinner's body is fine and holds up for just one more match of 2023, it's job done, basically.
Yeah, I'd agree. Especially with the matchup he has got against de Minaur, given the form that he's in. It would be such a shame if he beat Djokovic for nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but listen, de Minaur, by the way, we are probably sleeping on him a bit. He's been fantastic here as well, both in attack and defense. His level has been, nuts. But of course, there's been one person whose level's been even better, which is the person who's stolen all the headlines thus far. So,
Didn't
Yeah,
Minaur
listen, it's not a done deal.
Didn't Minaur have an epic win this week?
He's
he
won
saved match
both
points,
his
I
singles
think.
matches.
Yeah.
Maybe against Lehetska, was it?
Yes.
Did you play Lehetska? Somebody saved match point, or I think Lehetska was serving for the match against somebody, and I'm pretty sure
I
Czech
think you're
played the
right,
Aussies
John.
in the first encounter. Yeah. So I mean that feels like a long time ago, but yeah. I might even just randomly speak to someone if I see somebody who looks appealing, i.e., decked out in Italian or Aussie gear, then I will randomly speak to them. But if you could just, by the way, at any point, I may get a message saying, particularly, I would imagine Popyrin's coming to press, and I might have to just.
Oh, we may have lost
it now.
We don't even know what he might have to do because he's just cut out.
I know Nick has to leave at 6:30 British time, but anyway, listen, let's just stick to the match for now. My thoughts were it was such a random thing with so many breaks of serve and, moments of brilliance, moments of, I don't know if you want to call it carelessness or just, unforced errors. I don't necessarily think it was anywhere near as high as some of the stuff we saw yesterday, but it certainly had all the drama, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was going to ask you, John, going into the third set and, even midway through the third set, both Nick and I were thinking, this is Popyrin's match here. He's making all the pressure on the Arnaldi serve.
Definitely.
Was that the same? Your thoughts?
What was the? Yeah, definitely. I mean, what was the stat you mentioned? I think it was like 17 break points, and he'd only converted 3 of them in the whole match.
Yeah,
and
3 out of 16.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I mean that's just is it 3 out of 16 or 3 out of 17 in the end?
3 out of 16 it was. Sorry, I thought he was on 1 out of 17.
Yeah, but still, I mean that does tell it. That says the story of the match in so many ways. Popyrin, let's call the first set 50-50. I know Arnaldi won it, but he kind of just was opportunistic, a bit like he was in the third set. The third set was mostly Popyrin, I felt, but Popyrin maybe did he feel the nerves at that crunch moment? There was a forehand that had nerves written all over it at 30 all, I think, and I think it was another unforced error that oh no, it wasn't unforced. It was a sort of a bit of timidity, if that is such a word, in that final rally, which Arnaldi ended up getting up on, and then of course I think it was a sort of forced error at the end there from the Australian. But yeah, of course this just suggests I don't have the Italians as hot. I don't have the Australians as hot favourites in the doubles as many people do. If it goes that far, which of course is looking like it might not. But if it does go to the doubles, I don't have put as much stock in. I know Purcell and Ebden have got the pedigree in the doubles and all the rest of it, but yeah, I'm just not so sure because Sinner's playing like another level on whether it be doubles or singles right now.
Yeah. It's at least the lowest night right now, isn't it? Sorry, go on, Nick.
Sinner's not in the double at the minute. It's looking like being Sonigo and Balali.
Oh, no. Listen, trust me.
I think we may have lost him. I think he was about to tell us that Sinner will play that doubles.
Yeah, maybe.
Sinner will play the doubles.
Yeah, there you go.
If it's important.
Sinner's playing that doubles. I mean, what we've seen all week is, the name of the doubles pairing that is initially announced. I don't really know what it's all about. Maybe it's sort of gamesmanship or whatever. But the doubles pairings have often been changed depending on what happens. All these players. Sinner's playing it, trust me. So,
I think we may have lost him.
But I think we've got the point.
Yeah, he's fairly confident. Oh, there he's back. He's fairly confident that Sinner's going to play the doubles, as we said. So, yeah.
All right. Listen, I'm going to let you go, and I'll tell you what. I'll be backstage in about 3 or 4 minutes, and so if you can just keep talking for 3 or 4 minutes, and keep an eye on the private chat, because then I can just play some music or whatever and some videos whilst we wait for the next match to begin.
Well, I think Damien's certainly in the background, and he'll be here any minute.
Oh, brilliant! Bring him.
He's not on his screen yet, so but he's certainly floating about somewhere.
We have a nice view
He's
of Damien's bookshelf.
Okay, cool. He's dusting down his thoughts, no doubt. But yeah, I'll go backstage and
Make sure you grab yourself a wine before the next match, John.
I know. Don't talk to me about that. That's the
You're
biggest loss of the day.
raw.
That was a bigger loss than Popyrin.
All right.
Still raw. John Silk's still raw about the fact that the cleaner stole his wine. Okay, right, cool. Well, we'll love you and leave you. Enjoy and keep us up to date.
Can you? One of you guys click remove? So you just kick me out.
Yep. Can do.
Do it? Nick, on you go.
Yeah, there we go. He's gone. Whew.
Okay.
I thought he'd never leave.
Right. Loves to talk, does Jonah.
But none of you go anywhere, by the way, who are watching, because this stream is still going to be going. Because this whole stream is covering the whole Davis Cup final. So stay tuned for players coming out on court for Jannik Sinner versus Alex de Minaur. My screen, I think yours as well, is currently showing a replay of the end of Sinner beating Djokovic last night.
Okay. Well, lovely. What I was going to say, I'll hang about until Damien pops in, and then I'll have a quick chat with Damien, and then I'll let you guys take it from there. And I think you're chucking it at 6:30.
I might take it before, to be honest, but yeah.
Well, we'll wait until Damien and Vanch comes, just so they're not left hanging themselves. I'm just trying to pull up. Are you watching the? I'd actually closed down the stream.
It's still. Well, yeah, I've still got the stream up, so it's still Jannik Novak. Although that's just they're now showing the match stats, so I'm assuming that it won't be that long until the players are out on court. In Malaga, certainly the court's in very much in darkness right now. As it's getting lit up, the ball kids are running onto court. I think we'll be getting some players out very, very shortly.
John might not be have enough time to grab himself that wine, that elusive white wine.
Yeah, we're going to keep rubbing this in, aren't we?
Well, you know what? He's in Malaga. We're in the cold UK, so do you know what? We all have our wins in this scenario.
I mean, I'm sat here in my coat, so yeah.
Well, I'm now getting too warm, so I'm going to have to turn off the fire. It's now getting a bit too hot here.
Too toasty. The wrong kind, not the Spanish kind.
No. But no, I mean, the players are certainly the lights, the disco show, the disco lights have started, which means I believe we will have players any minute now. Almino commenting saying that John will find wine, don't worry. I'm sure he will. He's probably got a bag or something, one of those ones that you just put through the top and you just suck in the wee straw. So yeah, the players, the disco lights are in full flight right now. The final 8 is on the board.
They're giving us a countdown.
What's that?
They're giving us a countdown.
Oh, right, okay.
So
the final 2 we are into now. 2 teams left, 2 players about to come out, and 1 man about to join us will be Damien. I can see him. He is back. I think he's going to get himself.
We're waiting to admit him if he can hear us. As here we go. First man out on court is Alex de Minaur, to the applause of the team, along with his captain as well. I think Hewitt is standing behind him.
What does Leighton Hewitt say to de Minaur then? Right, you're up against it. You're playing the hottest player in the world right now. What is Leighton Hewitt? His final.
Get every ball back in play. Use his movement. At the end of the day, he's just got to keep the pressure on Sinner and see if how he's going to react in this big moment as the colours are changing. For Jannik Sinner walking out on court, as we're also getting ready for someone else to walk into our court. Damien Kust.
Court of discussion. Oh, he's went away again.
Oh, good grief. He does what he wants.
He does what he wants. And there's Vanch. Funnily enough, Vanch is here quicker than Damien. Are you able to get them both on?
Yeah, let's get them both on. Let's get Damien and Vanch on. Ladies and gentlemen, your commentators for Alex de Minaur versus Jannik Sinner. Guys,
how are we?
Guys, how are you doing? Are you looking forward to this?
Honestly, not so much. Like I definitely have this scenario in mind where this match might be a little lopsided, and yeah, just not too interesting from like a viewing perspective. The matchup we've seen, I guess, before, and it hasn't been particularly interesting to me. I mean, Sinner is kind of expected to just step up again. Of course, there might be some fatigue issues, mental, physical. Yesterday he had a very tough day, but I think he will definitely enjoy the fact that finally he is relieved of some of these duties of just carrying the whole Italian team on his back. And finally, they get a win in the number 2 singles, and he only needs to win one match of the next 2, unlike against Serbia and the Netherlands.
Did you guys catch any of this tie that Tom and I covered? Arnaldi and Popyrin? Yeah, Vanch, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, super entertaining actually. These two always have really good matches. I mean, this is their third time that they played this year, and now it's Arnaldi who leads 2-1. But honestly, all the 8 break points that he saved in this in this third set, like he was very clutch on many of them, and especially I think of the ace that he hit out wide right away at 4-all, break point down, comes up with a huge serve out wide, and then just plays a really good game to close it out. And it's just like it's got to be such a confidence boost for him, especially after the Botic Bandazan match where he had 2 match points in the third set tiebreak, and went for a drop shot on one of the match points, and but he still played at a pretty high level. And so for him to be selected again in this position and deliver for his country is pretty huge, especially he doesn't have a whole lot of Davis Cup experience, but still pretty confidence boosting win at his age.
I'll ask you a final question before I go. The match you guys are about to commentate, I know that Damien wasn't too enthused about it because it's pretty one-sided, but do you give Minaur any chance or any hope at all of trying to overcome who is the hottest player on the planet right now?
I do think this one is on Jannik Sinner's racket. I just think I mean they've played each other 5 times and it's 12-1 in sets in favor of Sinner, and I do just expect that he'll step up, and kind of he has the huge firepower advantage from the back of the court, and the matchup itself kind of like how we saw in Canada when de Minaur was playing really well. But I do know that Australia, when de Minaur plays for Australia and plays for the blue and gold, he's like extra just gets the most out of himself, like truly just maximizes. So maybe if Sinner is feeling a little bit of that pressure, maybe he finally starts to feel it as he's closing out the match. It could get interesting for a set. Maybe de Minaur is just overperforming for 3 or 4 games in there, and maybe we have a contest.
Yes. Well, I'm sure you guys will have a great stream no matter what happens, and you guys will possibly be taking us to the winner of the Davis Cup 2023. So I wish you a good stream. And Nick, it's been enjoyable with yourself. And the players are about to start playing, so I'll let you go. All right.
All right. Cheers, Tom.
Cheers, guys.
We'll let you guys
See
get
you
on
guys.
with it as well.
See you.
And hope you enjoy.
Definitely. The players are going to start playing, as Tom said, and we are going to start, talking about the match. So everyone is doing what they do best. And I see that they actually have already, there was the coin toss. I guess they might be warming up or something. I gotta find my stream. As you said, 12-1. It's not looking bright. I very vividly remember their first match, Next Gen Finals 2019, which at the time seemed very exciting and was just an absolute demolition. And it kind of went on like that from there. One set that Alex de Minaur took in Sofia 2020, but the most recent meetings haven't been too inspiring. So I'm not too excited for that one, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think for the competition as a whole, it probably would have been more exciting if Popyrin had won that first match.
Indeed.
I mean, it's very likely we would have gone to a deciding rubber. And
then we
maybe
have
Australia
that
would have been a slight favorite in that one, even though Sinner has been playing extremely well in the doubles.
Yeah, I mean doubles.
Sonego.
Probably I would say that
yeah, probably I would say that they would be the favorites because Ebden Purcell still the favorites over Sonego Sinner. I know they've been playing okay, and like Yannick's baseline strokes, the return, even the serve, they have been doing it. They have been like, making a difference. But still, like if they actually play against a normal doubles pairing, which only the Netherlands so far have been able to field and actually chose not to, then I still wouldn't like their chances. And I would actually still think that Ebden Purcell. But yeah, the number 2 singles was always going to be a close affair. Australia, I think after what Popyrin did on Friday, they had to field him again, like absolutely had to. And also Arnaldi, Sonego, that's a 50-50 call to me. I think it was clearly not going to be Musetti again, but Arnaldi, Sonego, that's just the coin toss. And I like that they went with Arnaldi again, sort of trusted him, because it's not like he played poorly on Thursday, like not at all. He was actually really good. Well. It's just, he blew 3 match points. So obviously from a mental standpoint, this is huge for him to now deliver for his country. And yeah.
Yeah. What do you think Minaur has to do to like overcome the baseline power deficit in this match?
Yeah.
It's a tough question.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, hope that Sinner is not as explosive as usual. It is a problem with Alex, and we've seen it even this week. Like when Lehechka comes out against him and just blasts let's say maybe not blast in his case, but like takes the forehand early, has that transition game that he improved so much this year. And he's just putting the pressure on the Minaur, and there's no way for Alex to like actually there's just no way for him to stop him. There's no way for him to take the racket out of his hands. And that is a huge issue. So I guess just hope that Sinner won't be as explosive as usual, and that his usual sort of speed, retrieving skills, that will be enough. Hope to serve well, hope to get as many 3 points as possible.
Yeah, just keep taking all these shots early and just trying to come in and force the issue, maybe apply some pressure that way. Sort of the brand of tennis that he likes to play when he's playing ultra aggressive.
Why isn't Sonego selected in singles? Asks Jake. I mean, to me, it was a 3-way tie between Musetti, Arnaldi, and Sonego at the beginning of the week. They didn't end up using Sonego. Well, they chose Arnaldi. He played a very good match, so I think it's fine that he also got the call up today. They ended up going for Musetti. Maybe it's because of the head-to-head on Saturday. I don't know, but didn't seem like the right choice. Like I always thought that, Arnaldi played well on Thursday. I know he didn't get the win, but he was in a great position to do it. Of course, we don't know if he would have defeated Kecmanovic. I just think it would have been a closer affair. But anyway, I think Sonego wasn't far off, probably. And he definitely played well enough in doubles to a point where I thought that if they actually decide to drop Arnaldi off the squad in the semis, they might go for Sonego just because of how well he played in doubles. But, he doesn't end up doing it. Anyway, even if Italy wins this 2-0, Sonego has been an instrumental part of this victory. So good for him.
Yep.
Simone Bolelli is the one who's probably the most left out because he's constantly getting nominated and constantly not actually making the team. Which, I guess as a whole, this event has been a bit of a hit for the doubles players because, you don't get Roger or Middlekop playing with Kolhov, you don't get Bolelli playing at all, and it's basically like random doubles pairings all around.
Yeah.
Well,
also Berrettini is in
match, right?
Berrettini has been watching on and he's not been able to stay healthy. He probably would have been a very good number 2 singles pick, like just kind of if he was healthy.
Yeah, I mean, if he was at like his usual top 20-ish level, of course, he would have been the number 2 singles player. And then Italy would have had an even easier time getting to the final. Because, of course, so far, these two matches that they played in the quarters, in the semis, they actually lost the first singles. So they had to come back. Right now, they are in prime position to get there. and Jannik Sinner will need to do the trick at least once. Well, once actually. But he might lose here, and then there's still the chance in doubles. By the way, in the group stage, did Italy also lose all their number 2 singles? I want to check that. No, I think Arnaldi won a lot of them, right? Arnaldi beats Garin and Arnaldi beat Borg. Well, that wasn't too easy. That wasn't too hard, I guess. And also Sonego lost to Galarno. So it wasn't like that in the group stage that they were losing the number 2 singles and then winning. I guess then they didn't have Sinner either, so that was also pretty key, as Musetti was their number 1, and I guess then even Sonego in the second and third match. So yeah, it was a very different group, a very different lineup, a very different scenario.
Yeah.
Vansh has a different theory, actually, John, to yours on the new Sinner.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is not like, it's not. It's just funny. Like, ever since he puked against Dimitrov in the third set of the Beijing quarterfinal, right at the beginning of October, he's been, well, we've seen him just beat Djokovic twice and Medvedev 3 times, and really kind of turn a corner in some of these big matches and head-to-heads. And now the last step is really, I want to see it in the majors. That's the last thing missing. He's done everything else. Wimbledon as well, but the thing about Wimbledon in Canada is, I just wasn't impressed by any of those runs. Like, they're the biggest of tech. I don't think he didn't face a single top set to get to the Wimbledon semis. So I wasn't thoroughly convinced, and I was a little bit disappointed in the performance against Djokovic. But even though it was a tight 3-setter, but still I just felt like I needed to see a bit more, and I learned more from Beijing and Vienna than I did from Wimbledon and Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with that, obviously. Toronto, it doesn't feel like a turning point for me either. It was just the fact that, Jannik had a good draw. He did something that we knew he was capable of. And of course, it's big for your confidence that you're winning that first big title. But he didn't actually show anything new, anything impressive, anything exciting. And same with Wimbledon, yeah. And this was definitely Beijing, more or less. That time when he actually made the leap, despite the results maybe being more impressive earlier because you've got a slam semi and a big title. But beating Medvedev and Alcaraz back to back, that was probably the turning point for me. Some sloppy errors so far, as that forehand here in set-in, but it's still early days. Dimon had a good hold though, so that gives us hope for a competitive match.
Yeah, did you see that Matthew was talking about the John Wertheim tweet?
No, I saw some notifications, but I didn't actually. Let me pull it up. John Wertheim, one of my favorite tennis journalism celebrities. I loved the Karol Wozniacki dig at him. When he just reposted something on Instagram, I think that wasn't from her account even.
Oh yeah,
and,
that was.
And
one
she
of
was
those
really at him because he was trying to say that this isn't his fault because he didn't do the research, but this isn't his fault. And apparently the post was from a fake account. And Wozniacki is like, what? I mean, this is still your fault. I mean, you should have done the research. But anyway. Are you talking about the chatter about the slams joining to acquire 10 biggest events, forming a super tour with Saudi Arabia getting events, 500s
I think that's
year
the one
finals? Well, I mean, obviously that would be a massive shakeup. I guess I'm going to refrain from any further comment until we see how it actually works, because how would we actually judge anything like this? That is so theoretical. I'd rather it stayed the same, honestly, but if it happens, we'll see.
Yeah, same. Still seems like a lot of work for this to actually and a lot of negotiation for it to actually come remotely close to happening. So
yeah, anything like anything like that. Basically, you don't want to see what's happening like golf or something, right? That you don't really just want to see any like splits and one player
I
can
don't
play
want to
this.
live tour.
Yeah, exactly. So
I don't want to live tour scenario for tennis. I don't think that would be good.
Of course not. I mean that's absolutely like the worst case that can happen. So anything like that, I'm sort of like, please, just stay within the realm. Like maybe just stay within the realm of, I don't know, sanity, and yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Obviously, merging ATP WTA, that I would probably, if it was a good offer, if it was a good proposition, that I would be probably behind, just because, well, in favor of, because it would probably be just good for the women's game as well, and like for the financial organizational side of things, which is so much better at the ATP.
Yeah. Yeah, Sinner, since losing at the US Open, is lost twice. Yeah, twice, right? Because just the Shelton loss in Shanghai, and then Novak in the end finals.
Yeah, and he saved 3 match points yesterday, in case someone hasn't heard about it yet. Against Novak
First
Djokovic.
time someone has done it consecutively against Novak. So that's big.
Unless well, 3 match points, yes. Against Yuzhny, I'm not sure if 2 of them were consecutive or not, but definitely not 3, because one was already in the second set.
Yeah.
And then 2 were in the third set, but I couldn't, like, I just briefly looked for it, but I couldn't find confirmation like what games that was, and etc. But certainly never 3 consecutive. And against Nadal, it was just this one on serve for Novak, but they were all non-consecutive in the third set tiebreak. And of course, against Cilic, it was just 1. And Sinner is now stepping up to the court. He's now finally finding a more Jannik Sinner-like rally, a more Jannik Sinner-like rampant acceleration of the forehand.
Yeah.
Even if you're the fastest player on tour, you're not getting there.
You're not, no.
And Alex de Minaur might be the fastest player on tour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alex de Minaur is just like the perfect guy for this format. Let's put it that way. Especially in the eyes of his captain, Leighton Hewitt.
Why is that? Because he plays
in terms of the yeah, exactly, and also just the way he how seriously he takes this competition. It's very
but at the same time, I have
want.
my issues with like having, but I know he has to be number 1 for Australia, but I mean I don't think he's the perfect number 1 because of what I hinted at earlier, sort of like the inability to throw the opponent off his game if he's redlining, and for that reason, I think he's
that's
vulnerable to
the
upsets, basically.
But basically, like every match that he's like expected to win, I know he's going to deliver. That's like the one. That's like the positive thing. I don't think he's going to like lose a match. It depends. Like if
I think he can lose to many players. I think he can just lose to a lot of players. Just come out and have the perfect day at the office. They just blast the ball, and everything is clicking for them. And then it's hard for him to stop that. Of course, he competes very well indeed, but I think that's sort of what I would also want from a perfect number 1 player, to have that ability of when the opponent is getting hot, to also be able to just get the wins out of their sails. And that's what de Minaur doesn't have. But of course, in terms of determination, the way he competes at these team events, just the whole consistent aspect of his game as well. You're never gonna get a uber pool performance from him. Obviously he's a very good player for this format, definitely, and a big factor of why Australia is in the final. that comeback against Lehečka, of course, was quite crucial. That lob, it feels like he could have played it, at least closer to the line. But well, that's the break for Jannik Sinner now. Gets into the net, gets to the net after a slice approach, and the Minaur misses the lob by pretty wide margin, actually.
Yeah. Effective slice. Kind of forcing de Minaur to hit, way long on the lob. So that was. Let's see if de Minaur can break the Sinner serve, which has been really good since the U.S. Open.
I'll never forget those quotes from Opelka's Jake after the Atlanta final, where he said Demon was the most difficult player he's ever faced. Probably later he changed it to Brooksby, right?
Brooksby, yeah, I was just gonna say. Yeah, of course, the famous quote where he's like, "How did Novak win a game against this guy?"
But it makes sense, I feel like depending on your playstyle, these guys can be the worst. Like Milman, Choric, the Minaur, maybe even someone like Fucovic. I feel like, all of these can be an absolute nightmare, depending on your playstyle. Especially if you're like an attacking, maybe timing oriented player. But then again, if you have a lot of power, Alex de Minaur definitely has shown that he can be just.
Yeah, I remember that whole week in Atlanta, he was serving really well. Like just sort of hitting his spots and just like.
If I'm thinking of the same Atlanta, that was the tournament when everyone was like, "Oh, so this is the new aggressive version of Alex de Minaur," and
people were saying that.
Yeah,
of course, it didn't really happen like that, but
it's a shame.
But
I thought that was really, he found something there, and like that could have allowed him to progress, take the next step, but hasn't so far. There was a brief chat somewhere, was it maybe the Talking Tennis WhatsApp group, where Anastasia said that she's backing him for a big run at the Australian Open. Like honestly, I can't really agree with that. Like I just
can't see it.
Yeah, I just can't see it. I think he's gonna run into a hot player at some point and just lose.
A fourth round appearance, I would expect that from him, to be honest, depending on how the draw. But like fourth round quarters, I would be surprised anything past quarters.
Yeah.
Of course, it depends on the draw, but
first player he runs into who's just has the ability to get red hot for a match, and he probably loses, and that's what's been happening to him, I guess. This year he played Djokovic in the fourth round. Obviously, that's a nightmare draw, but he also didn't come close, like at all.
Yeah, and then last year he played Sinner, and it was kind of a similar story. There was, of course, just the match before Sinner. The turning point in his career. A lot of people would say when he fired Piatti and his whole team after losing that quarterfinal last year to Tsitsipas.
If Sinner makes big strides in 24, people will bookmark this event as being key. It will be one of the ones. I would definitely go back to Beijing, but I think ATP finals will be brought up a lot. And Davis Cup. I mean, the win over Djokovic, kind of historic. And it's only really for this reason that, he saved match points against Djokovic, but he's the fourth player to ever do that. The second player in the past 14 years. Some would say that, the second player since Djokovic became Djokovic, and maybe even the first player since Djokovic became Djokovic, because, against Chile in 2018, he was like still sort of coming back to his best shape. Of course, like 3 weeks later, he wins Wimbledon. But still, he was sort of on the comeback trail there. So, absolutely historic achievement. And if Sinner indeed goes on to, I don't know, let's say win the Australian Open, definitely this event will be mentioned a lot.
Yeah. I saw that Elo has him as number 2 right now, which
it seems right.
That seems like it definitely seems like the second best player.
I don't think Carlos should be higher than him. Definitely not. I don't think Daniel should be higher than him. And that's really it. I mean, I still don't think he should be higher than Djokovic, but it just seems like he's very clearly the number 2 right now. Of course, that can change in 2024. He still has some Grand Slam issues, or more like best of 5 sets issues to address. But yeah, I think number 2 is absolutely right. And for me, it's actually by a pretty wide margin. Of course, Elo is like more focused on recent months as well. So you know.
Yeah, it definitely has a bit of a recency bias, but that's just how it works.
I mean, it's fine that he's not number 2 in the rankings. Of course, that's that's focused on 12 months. But when it comes to like
And
right
by the way,
now,
I don't think Elo should be used to decide seedings and rankings and tournaments. Like it's like I'm still very much okay with using the rankings for that, because I think you should get credit for 52 weeks of stuff. But of course, Elo is a good measure in terms of like current form, I would say.
Yeah, if there was like a way to maybe just weight those events a little bit less, like for example, your results from 52 weeks ago would matter a little bit less. But yeah, I get it. There are some sports where the ranking system is it's just based on 2 years, and I think that's really just hampering the ability of young players to advance in the rankings. We got a glimpse of that when we had the frozen COVID rankings, right? Where for a while, I mean, it was just impossible for people to break through to the main tour. You had like 900 points that you had to gather to break the top 100. And of course, if you were already there, then yeah, I mean, 2 years of results. But if you were just joining the tour, then yeah, you kind of had to stay back for a while, which maybe in some cases, maybe the players even benefited from that. We have an incredible record from Talon Greeks because of that, with the 800 titles in a season.
But that's crazy.
Yeah, generally, I think that showed that a 2-year ranking system in tennis wouldn't work. What I would love to see though is the seeding formula. I think that was a great one at Wimbledon, and also at Roland Garros. I would love to see it implemented. And if we have it at the 2 slams that are played not on hard courts, why not on at the US Open and the Australian Open as well? I think they just sort of were afraid of the backlash, because every single year, usually Federer would be high up compared to the rankings, and like Nadal, Djokovic fans were like, "Oh, how is this possible?" And I would put it at every single slam, honestly, because it just makes sense to me. Why would you be seeded 10th at Wimbledon if you're Diego Schwartzman, for example? Or why would you be seeded 10th at Roland Garros if you're who is poor on clay? Let's say Ben Shelton. I mean, I know he can be pretty good on clay in the future, but let's say for now, why would he be seeded 15th at Roland Garros right now? That wouldn't really make sense. So yeah, I would be all for that, but I don't think it's coming back really. So
yeah,
the Minaur did threaten a little bit here, but Sinner just gets out of it pretty quickly. There was a deuce, but not much more harm done, and I think he saved. He didn't save anything, but he won the next 2 points with just pretty good short attacking plays. Ooh. More errors coming off the Minaur's racket as well, just in like regulation ball rallying. Has to avoid that too. He's also at 36% on first serve so far, Alex de Minaur.
Yeah,
so
that's not really
not going to help.
Done at all. So
well, that's a nice point from him, though. Exactly what he is looking for. Sinner opens up a little bit too much space in his forehand corner. The Minaur is there with the backhand down the line and approaches at the right time. Got a short ball, capitalized on that. It's not about Alex de Minaur having to just step into every single forehand, or like any opportunity he gets to ramp up the pace, he has to do it. It's about him trying to take the opportunities that he's presented with, which I think he's doing a fine job with in general. There are limitations to his game, but yeah, maybe we haven't fully seen that Atlanta de Minaur that we mentioned on the tour, in other events as well. But he has implemented some of that, definitely. And then again, another good point at the net, which is really vital.
The best players in the world that are overwhelming you in terms of their weapons. I mean, I forget actually who exactly he played in that tournament. I remember the Opelka one.
Yeah,
Or
no
maybe
way I'm
just
gonna remember
start like
that.
crazy. I don't think he got broken all week.
I think it was also one of the. Was it one of the first events where he had the Masters, or I don't know. We're talking
I
about
mean, he beat.
2019, right?
Yeah, I remember he beat like Fritz and Opelka, but I don't remember who.
Yeah, I mean, just 4 matches, so you're not forgetting much. Although one of the players that you're forgetting is actually a terrible, I mean, it's terrible that you forgot about this guy in particular because he's a religious figure, even you could say. I mean,
What?
anyway, Fritz
Okay.
Opelka, Bradley Klan
Yeah.
as well, and the
Oh,
religious
yeah.
figure,
Okay.
the
Bradley Klan.
religious figure that I've been mentioning, the deity of sorts, the cult hero of tennis, is Bernard Tomic.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, Matthew, the Great Britain is going to be straight into the Davis Cup finals, which, by the way, means that
Yes.
it's the group stage, not the knockout stage. But yeah, it's still a pretty big advantage, of course. What else? Spain, right, as hosts. Why is Great Britain there?
Yeah, so that basically means they don't have to play until September, right?
Yeah,
Like,
they only play the group stage
the
in
week after the
September.
US Open.
But why is Great Britain there, by the way? What's like the justification for that?
I don't know. I was wondering the same thing. Is it?
Oh, okay.
Is it because something to do with the LTA getting? I heard it has something to do with them like bidding to be. To be held as a host, like bidding to become a host nation after September, and maybe just they have some pull because of the LTA. I really don't know.
Yeah, because I guess it's going to be Italy, Spain, and United Kingdom probably hosting group stage, right? But Australia is probably not going to host the group stage, right? I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see. But yeah, they did get that. Sean says that the Minaur is Gasquet, Sinner is Nadal. Yeah, we're sort of getting closer to that territory with every win. Recently, they actually were supposed to play, and it's highly likely that the Minaur would have won because Jannik Sinner had just 14 hours of rest after finishing at 3 a.m., probably getting to bed at 5 a.m. But then Sinner withdrew, which in the long run, I think everyone can see now that, he knows his body the best, and like it didn't hamper him at all. It just, he just keeps excelling after that. So.
Mm-hmm. I want to see Buzz or Sinner. Yes. Yeah, he would rather play Medvedev than play these two for sure.
Yeah, the announcement post doesn't say why Great Britain got that. Does the LTA say anything? I don't think so. Basically, they say that they demonstrated their support for the competition with a record crowd in Manchester and the fact that they took more traveling fans to the final 8 in Malaga than any other country. Honestly, I don't mind Great Britain getting that wildcard. I mean, it's a decent choice. Probably there are, like right now, it's not exactly a country full of star power. But if we get like Jack Draper to a good season next year, that would be a welcome addition for sure. I'm just not sure, why Great Britain.
I saw a tweet from Russell Fuller.
Uh-huh.
So Russell Fuller says, a few of us asked ITF President Dave Haggerty just earlier about the favoritism. He said it's important to have some reassurance about where the group stages are going to be. So if you're prepared to bid for a group stage in September and are successful, you have a better chance of a wild card.
Better chance of a wild card, okay, yeah.
And also the LTA has a 5-year agreement with the ITF like starting from 2022, to host if GB either qualify or they get a wild card. So
come again.
The LTA with the ITF, which started in 2022, to like host, to be one of the host nations, either if Great Britain qualifies or they get a wild card.
But they don't. Yeah, they cannot tell if they will qualify, right? Because it's announced earlier. But anyway.
I mean, they've had the group stage. Like I remember last year it was held in Scotland. Was it the group stage for Great Britain? It was GB against the US, right? Am I remembering that right? GB versus US group stage held in Scotland. Yeah. Is that right?
I
think
honestly don't know.
Yeah, because I remember seeing Fritz against Norrie then, and I think that was in Scotland.
Glasgow, yeah. Oh no, Fritz against Norrie. I hate this matchup.
You're gonna get it again. You're gonna get it again in the United Cup, guaranteed.
Oh yeah, right. I remember seeing tweets about that. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it.
They pretty much only meet in team events now. So.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it. Basically, any matchup that goes, beyond like 10 times. Although maybe I'm a hypocrite.
What?
Like
what about Batista going against Fonini? That went over 10 times.
Yeah, but they hadn't played in like 4 years, so it's fine, right?
Yeah. That was pretty cool though. Like 2 top 10.
Yeah, 5th time in
top
history.
10, so that's
First in 17 years and second in 31. So, well, 41 actually, 41. Yeah. So.
But anyway, we do have quite a lot of few big names, if you want to call it that are very close to the cutoff for the Australian Open main draw. Right?
Fabio is 107 right now. Yeah, after winning the title.
Before the live rankings was 105.
Yeah.
I can see where he is now. But yes, there's quite a few big names in that 100 to 110, 115 range, right?
Yeah.
So
I guess Shapovalov as well.
Yeah, Shapovalov. Schwartzman is 111 right now.
Yeah, Schwartzman might be off, I guess, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But Schwartzman, I still really dislike the fact that he hasn't played anything.
Yeah, he could have played a challenger.
Montevideo, for example, would have been a good choice, but I don't know. Doesn't seem like a Diego Schwartzman thing to do, but he actually has really avoided playing on the Challenger Tour this year, which he kind of almost saved.
106 is Shapovalov, 107 is Fonini.
Yeah.
108 is Goffin. So right away, 3 big names.
Yeah, Fonini still has Maya, so he might get in, I think. Shapovalov, if 106 is enough, maybe. There's also, I guess, Delian just behind him, but it's a hardcore event that he's playing. Rodionov can get in front of them as well. So it's not that easy yet. Goffin basically said that he doesn't care that much about the Australian Open. Like, he just thinks more long-term, and that's why he's not playing this week, which is fine. I was surprised that he's not, like many players, he's not still trying to gain more points, but, well, apparently not.
Yeah, then you have team is 98, so I guess he's...
Yeah, I mean, he should be in. The only thing that stops me from saying he is that PTSD from Alicia Parks last year. Ooh, that's a nasty miss for
Parks and Noskova, neither of them.
Yeah, but Noskova, I don't think she was like... She was very high after Adelaide, of course, but Parks was like 96 on the entry list in the first place, and she missed out. And everyone after the back-to-back 1-5s was like, okay, so Parks has to get in, basically. And then you have 11 PRs, I think. But anyway, that's a super nasty miss for the Minaur on the +1 forehand, but he comes up with an ace to get himself out of the hole, back to deuce. Yeah, so with Parks, I basically started sort of maybe taking it a little lighter and saying, well, they have a good chance for the Australian Open rather than they are lock. Of course, one of the players that we also have there is Alex Mickelson at 97, and one that is looking very closely at whether he grabs the major spot is Patrick Gibson, who will get the UST wildcard if Mickelson gets in. Should be. But yeah, for Parks last year, 97 actually, or 96 wasn't enough. So, ooh, beautiful backhand down the line as well for the Minaur. Really doing what I said earlier, like taking his chances once an opportunity to go for a shot like this presents itself. And he's still holding on.
Yeah.
Although kind of barely.
He has to riskier, more bold plays, I guess, to keep this from being a foregone conclusion. Or really just step in and just be really aggressive, like you said. It seems that backhand was out, right?
I think so. But we do get a challenge. Oh, it's actually in.
Oh, it's good, yeah.
So he still hasn't clinched the 7th game of the second set. Although I scrolled over to our stream for a while, and we have the scoreboard there, which is significantly faster than our streams, and I see that he has already done it. And in fact, I've also just watched it. Yeah, and of course, if the Minaur was to make the comeback, if the Minaur was to win it, then we still have the doubles. Who would play it? Probably still Sinner Sonego, right? There's no real reason
I don't think
for them.
they're not going to change from. I don't see them changing.
The winning combination should stay the same, right?
Yeah.
And Ebden Purcell, I don't think they're changing that either. Australia is basically the only team so far that have fielded a proper doubles team. So I think that's what they're going to remain with as well. Ebden Purcell, they've played with each other quite a lot as well, right? Like outside of the. I think
outside of Davis Cup, they played with each other in tournaments before.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. So, well, just 1 year, I suppose. But of course, they've won Wimbledon last year, so it counts for something for sure. They've only replayed one full-ish season with each other, which was last year. But yeah, they won Wimbledon, so. And the Australian Open final as well, the one that they lost to Kokinakis and Kyrgios. So yeah, they are the only real. Well, the other one would have been Salisbury and Skapski, but they never got to play. So
yeah.
And if Netherlands decided to put in Koolhof Roger or Koolhof Middelkoop, then that would have been another like a regular doubles pairing, but be not regular in terms of playing with each other, but just as a two doubles specialists. But as we can see, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the top singles players have many times showed that they can be just as good as the doubles guys in individual matches, at least. Maybe not over the course of the whole tournament this season, but at least in individual matches. Nicole Melikar, by the way, was talking about it on Twitter yesterday. I don't know if you, X, haha. I don't know if you saw that, but she was like sort of, yeah, she was maybe even a little bit just bringing down the abilities of the players involved. Here.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, this Davis. I'm going to read you. This Davis Cup doubles match is incredible. However, I will point out that you can clearly see the difference between singles and doubles specialists. The amount of missed volleys or poor court positioning / coverage shows how different the skill set is. Thoughts? That's what
was this tweeted when she was watching Djokovic Kecmanovic?
Yes, Djokovic Kecmanovic, Sinner Sonego. Yes. And I think she's actually very right. Although in that particular match, everyone was a bit lost. So I don't know, but especially when watching Koolhof Griekspoor and who they play against? Jesus. Sinner Sonego. It was like super clear that especially Talon is not a doubles player.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he can't
And
be
also,
effective in
also
doubles.
you could say that
Yeah.
that the type of volleys that Djokovic plays in singles and the net play and sort of the improvements we've seen from him, it's not really something that translates in doubles.
Yeah. It's obviously yeah, it's a very long, like it's a topic that people probably, especially more adept in doubles, could go on about for hours. But certainly, especially the length of the swing, the way in doubles you just mostly block your returns on top of the net, and in singles you play through them with a lot longer motion. And also, yeah, just the whole movement for the volleys and all the deal about like poaching, covering the net, which Nicole Merikar as well mentioned in her tweet. It's just a completely different game. But as we know, from time to time, two singles players are certainly capable of even winning a big title. So it's not like they can't do it. But if I had the chance to just put out two actual proper doubles specialists on the court, I would actually still do that as a captain. I'm not sure if Sinner Bolelli, for example, wouldn't have been but well, Sinner Sonego are working perfectly fine, so that's not an issue that Italy really has to take care of. But yeah, like as a whole, I just sort of like to think that the doubles specialists are still going to be at least a little bit better. And I guess this was a big topic of conversation as well with the US team, right? When Rajiv Ram was like not invited to it, and Paul, Fritz, they were all saying that we don't really need a guy like that. We don't need the doubles number one because we have the like we can do just as well.
Yeah, it surprised me that he wasn't even there. Like, because you're allowed to take 5 players with you.
Yeah.
So it just didn't make sense to me. Like, would you not even have him as a backup?
Yeah. It's what I'm talking about as well with Czech, the Czech team, right? They bring 4 players. I mean, why? Why wouldn't you bring the 5th if it's just for free?
Yeah.
But yeah, with Ram, it was especially striking that he didn't even get nominated. And of course, soon enough, the captain position in the US Davis Cup team was also changed, which I think was one of the reasons was actually that exact feud. So a big mess
the
there.
Whole reasoning was all about team chemistry, and just like he just didn't fit the vibe of that whole younger generation team. But I don't know. To me, I don't think that's a smart choice.
Yeah, that was quite awful, definitely, especially to Ram. And now we have Bob Bryan as the US captain. Of course, it didn't go that well for them at the finals, but both Raj and
they lost all their matches.
Yeah, but both Raj and Austin Krajicek were there, so you can see there.
Yeah. By the way, Sinner looks like he saved his break point.
Yeah, he set his break point with the backhand, just pretty quick as well, and the next point as well, just forehand +1 into the other corner basically, and that's been enough for him a lot of the time here. The serve is just setting him up for really good advantageous positions, and he's taking them. Although, of course, there was a break point for Alex de Minaur. Not much of a chance on it though. Yeah, Marty Fish ran away from tennis forever, says Matthew, and indeed, I really hated that whole thing. Basically, all of the singles players from the States telling Rajiv Ram that he is worthless to them. Yeah, just I guess I just have too much respect for Raj. But anyway, also I'm sort of surprised. I thought about this recently. I'm sort of surprised this isn't talked about more. Like that these guys, like Paul, for example, aren't maybe getting a little bit of hate for that. Because, you have random tennis players from the States who are just victimized because of their political beliefs, for example. And yet for something like that, no one really cares. I guess maybe no one cares about doubles. And that's the end of it.
Well, I do remember quite a lot of outrage at it.
At the time, yes. I just feel like it's not brought up anymore, like at all. Which is why I also wasn't like thinking of it at all in the last 3 or 4 months, but suddenly I remembered that and I was like, oh my goodness, that was awful.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I guess.
Honestly, and Rajiv like took it in such a good like for he was basically humiliated there, and he was still like quite dignified and classy about it, and he didn't really like make a big fuss, even though he definitely could have and should have, and I wouldn't have said anything if he did.
Someone who's in pretty big trouble now. I don't know if he's going to be making a fuss about it, but Alex de Minaur is going low 30 down on his serve at 3-5. Again, just pretty violent hitting from Sinner, but has he had to do anything special here? Not necessarily. He's just playing all of his shots deep, heavy, pacey, and it's enough so far. And it's
playing within himself so far, not really having to change his game.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah, another really deep return at love 30, right at de Minaur's feet.
Yep, we'll see if it gives him the point, and it does. So it's 3 set points, 3 break points, and this match has been as uninteresting so far as I was afraid that it might be.
Yes, so far this is even less competitive than their Canada match, which of course, it was a break back for de Minaur, and I mean, I don't quite remember the match that well. I was at Cincinnati.
Yeah, me neither.
Happening. I don't think I really watched it, but but it was also not a match I was very excited for. So I remember
precisely.
Being, yeah, I'm gonna miss this, but I'm not. I kind of know the result already, so.
I think I also didn't watch it, and yeah, indeed, and it wasn't a match that I was really scared of missing. Actually, when John texted me yesterday that you want to do Djokovic or Sinner against de Minaur, and I was like, Jesus, whichever option that will be, because that was still when the tie was undecided. Whichever option that will be, I'm not really excited for it. But I guess the Challenger finals are earlier in the day. I guess there's no reason for me not to do it. But yeah, so far so good for Jannik Sinner. 6-3. Matteo Arnaldi, the hero of an hour ago, is very happy about it as well. So Sinner takes the first set. Anything like, any regrets for de Minaur? I don't think so. I mean, he's getting violently outplayed, but he also hasn't done anything wrong, right?
I'm trying to think what he can do differently, and it's tough to come up with an answer because it's not a.
I guess at this stage he kind of has to just be even more aggressive, play out of his comfort zone, not within himself like Sinner is able to do, but just try to stand up to Sinner's power somehow. Because what else are you gonna do? I mean, you're just getting blown off the court, really, despite that one break point.
Serve and volley. Serve and volley.
I mean, he could serve and volley quite a lot. It is in his arsenal, I think.
He is a very good volleyer, so.
Yup. Try to get to the net. Any shorter ball you get, you have to get to the net, and maybe he's gonna do it. We'll see.
Yeah, just get to net as much as possible, and just.
Can demon up his first serve? Yeah, that would be says Matthew. That would be definitely helpful.
Not go down. He has to do that like more often. But off of riskier shots.
Yeah, let me see if the first serve percent. Well, the first serve percentage for de Minaur did improve a lot, 59%. So it's fine.
Yeah, he was at 36% in the first. Second,
according to Flash Score, at least he hasn't won a point at the net, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. And also Sinner apparently hasn't won a point at the net. That doesn't seem right. I'm pretty sure I remember him smash a ball. So yeah, no, the stats regarding net points won, don't look at them. Today it was actually a pretty funny thing because Fonini, Bautista Agut, they were playing the second set, and then Flash Score and a few other websites suddenly showed that Bautista Agut won the second set tiebreak 8-6, which never even had the chance to happen because Fonini led 7-6. It wasn't Bautista Agut leading 7-6. So for a long while, actually, a few live scoring websites were showing that Bautista Agut won the match 2-0. and then they suddenly still have Bautista. For example, Flash Score still had Bautista Agut bolded, but then they have the third set result, like the third set score going on. So I imagine people who weren't actually watching, but just following the scores, were very confused. I know notifications got sent out as well. It's funny because I mean sometimes it happens even to me that I definitely don't try to, like, if I tweet about something that I didn't watch, I don't include like any analysis in it, because of course there's no way I can really do that. Or maybe I will note that I didn't watch it, or maybe it's a match that you can't watch, like a non-streamed ITF event. But there's certainly been a few times where I watch most of the match, and then, for example, I cannot see the last few games, right? And then I might tweet something about that anyway, because I watched most of the match, I know what happened. But live scoring sometimes can can maybe be the death of you there, and actually tell you that Bautista Agut won it, whereas an hour later you learn that your tweet is being laughed at, and actually it's Fognini. But of course this time I was at my screen, stared at it for the whole 3 hours. No, probably not. I was actually eating dinner midway through the match. But anyway,
good thing I don't have notifications for the winners.
Yeah, me neither. I guess I just checked the scores, enough to a point where I don't need
it. But I don't need it. I check it so much that it's like it would just defeat the purpose.
Exactly. Yeah. Flash Score is like a constantly open tab on my computer, and phone. I wake up, I check the scores. I go to bed, I check the scores. So
you just. And I don't have any alerts set up for any results or any tennis related results, because I don't want that.
Jane says that Sinner played when Sinner played Demon at the Next Gen Finals. At the changeover, Demon's coach was like, "You need to take initiative," and of course that's the event where we can like really hear what the coaches are talking about. And Minaur apparently told him, "Are you watching my match? Do you see what he's doing to me?" That's a hilarious couple of quotes. And honestly, it could have been today. Like when I first read your comment, I didn't spot the Next Gen Finals beat, and I thought you were just telling us something that you've heard just a second ago on the broadcast. And it could have been the same, right? I mean, you gotta take initiative, but how do you want me to do it? How do you expect me to play like this? Just completely, something that I'm not familiar with, something that isn't really part of my arsenal. And you gotta try it at this stage, I think. We'll see. I mean, Minaur is in this game thanks to a ridiculous slice pass that he hit, I think, at the third point. But an ace from Sinner just cleans it up. So 6-3-1-0, Jannik Sinner, and just cruising towards the victory. No sign of physical, mental fatigue yet.
Yeah. And of course, this would be Italy's second Davis Cup title in history. I think their first was in 1976. So
that's actually quite surprising, right? That they've only won.
Well, I guess also Australia hasn't won one since 2003.
2002 or 3, yeah.
I think 2003, they beat Spain in the final. So Hewitt beat Ferrero in the last match.
2003, you're right. 2001, they were the runners-up. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, when they lost to France, I was checking the results of that recently for some reason, because I was checking the 2002 one when Paul-Henri Mathieu was 2-0 up against Yuzhny and lost. But 2003 they beat Spain on grass in Melbourne. So I guess this is one of the examples where you can see that the home and away format, I guess if it had any real minuses, one of them was the fact that in the actual ties, like home advantage was actually huge. Just the
was
fact
that actually held at Rod Laver Arena? No, I mean, or was it?
I don't know. It could be. It's possible. But Juan Carlos Ferrero lost 2 matches to Philippoussis and Hewitt. Ferrero actually wasn't that bad on grass, so you know.
No, he wasn't. He made some quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was probably Moya I would expect to struggle a bit more, but he beat Mark Philippoussis. But yeah, if you get Australia and Spain playing on grass, of course it's going to be Australia, like ever. You know, any point in history, it's going to be Australia winning. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, Italy, they actually had just one title, as you said, 1976, and 6 finals. So the record in Davis Cup finals is pretty horrific. Yeah, in 1976, who did they beat? Where is that? In Chile, they beat Chile away. Nicolas Jarry's grandfather was playing, but Panatta and Parazzuti were a very strong.
Nicolas Jarry's, was he in the final? Was he like in the squadron?
Yeah. He lost to Barazzuti, and then he lost the doubles, and then he lost to Panatta. So actually, it didn't go too well for him, no.
Yeah. Jerome Panatta is just known for 2 things: beating Borg twice and making controversial statements today. That everyone just
get
posted on.
The win against Borg, of course, yeah. Both wins actually quite legendary, 100%.
Yeah.
In 1960, Italy played Australia actually in the final on grass in Sydney, and they lost. Well, Rod Laver beating Nicola Pietrangeli on grass. I guess you expect that, and it was such a strong team as well from the Australians. I mean, Fraser, Laver, Emerson in the doubles. I mean, that's sick. Then the year after, they also played Australia and also on grass. And again, it's the same team from Australia. So, I mean, what do you expect? Roy Emerson lost like 10 games to Pietrangeli. Laver Pietrangeli actually took 2 sets of Laver. Then in 77, they were also in the final. And they lost to Australia as well. And again on grass. So this time Panatta and Barazzuti weren't as effective as in Chile on clay. Of course, this time the team from Australia was very different. Tony Rogue, John Alexander, Phil Dent, still very strong. And in 1979, did they lose to Australia again? No, they lost to the United States, indoor carpet in San Francisco. So I guess, again, you cannot really expect more from them, especially as the States had Gerulaitis, Ghosty. That's your turn to say something in the chat, and McEnroe. So yeah, Barazzuti, Panatta, again, the same team. I guess in 1980, it must have been, again, Panatta, Barazzuti, indeed. And they lost to Czechoslovakia on indoor carpet. So they only lose on indoor carpet and on grass, it seems. And they lost to a team of Thomas Schmid and Ivan Lendl. So pretty strong as well. Of course, Lendl in 1980 was like a baby Lendl, but still, well, 20 years old. But, you know, he didn't exactly become like a full-on star until like 23, 22 or something like that. And when it comes to 98, the last final that Italy lost, it was to Sweden. And actually indoor clay, so a little more workable for them, I suppose. This is really interesting because Andrea Gaudenzi played Magnus Norman in the first match and retired at 6-all in the 5th. And
was this 2002?
1998, and that was the end of it. That was the last. Basically, the tie. You know, they lost it there because the next 3 matches they don't even win a set. Sanguinetti loses to Gustafsson, winning 5 games, and then the doubles from Sweden was just so strong. Bjerkman, Kulti. So 6 losses in the finals for Italy, and it seems like all of them almost was indoor carpet and grass, other than that indoor clay thing in against Sweden, which I think it was actually in Italy. So they chose indoor clay to try to battle against Sweden, which I don't know if it makes that much sense. I mean, if it's Jonas Bjerkman playing singles, yes, but Magnus Norman played it, and you know Magnus Norman is Magnus Norman. But yeah, that was a very long historical segment.
But we haven't done that well since 2000. I mean, since 2007. 2007 is when we last won it. We haven't done. I mean, we haven't made. We made the final. I want to say in. Well, we haven't made the final
since 2007. You haven't won Davis Cup. Who's been winning Davis Cup? I mean, it's not Italy, it's not Australia, it's not the States. What the hell?
It's Spain. Spain won like 6 of them. I mean, they won 5.
Oh.
They won 4 since 2008. So
Yeah, that's
Spain has
pretty
been
huge.
winning.
Of course,
Yes.
Switzerland and Argentina, Great Britain. These are the ones that I remember.
Yeah, Russia won it in 2021.
Oh, and Czechoslovakia. I mean, not Czechoslovakia, but Czechia twice in a row, right?
Yeah, 2013. Yeah, they beat Serbia in 2013 in the final.
Stepanek, I think, was like the main perpetrator there, right? He kept winning the dead rubbers. I don't know if in 2 finals, but definitely at least in one of the finals he won.
There was also that
the
ridiculous
dead,
7-hour match, 7-hour doubles match with him, and was it 7
yeah,
hours?
yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
6 hours and some minutes.
Yeah, it's like
against-
6 something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Stepanek beat Almagro in 2012 in the deciding rubber. And in 2013, he actually also won the deciding rubber, but against Dusan Lajovic. So, indeed, Radek Stepanek, the hero of Czechia there. Terry already says, congrats, Italy.
Remember when Del Bonis beat Karlovic? Oh, wait, actually,
Yeah.
beat Karlovic.
I do remember that.
There was 20, but I was really happy for Argentina just because,
I was not happy for Argentina because I just really wanted Ivo to win. Yeah,
what
Del
about
Potro
when
Cilic was great.
Cilic was 2 sets to level up?
Yeah, that whole year was incredible in terms of Davis Cup Classics because you got Murray Nishikori, you got Murray Del Potro, and you got Del Potro Cilic.
I think the Murray Nishikori one is very underrated. Like, I went and watched the highlights of that again. I remember watching it live also. It was such a good match. I mean,
yeah, that was like
hours.
also like Birmingham or something, right? And then Del Potro was somewhere in UK as well, indoors. And yeah, both matches are honestly one of my favorites of all time. And Del Potro Cilic maybe less so, but was really good as well. And yeah, Karlovic lost to Del Potro there. I remember that. And of course, the dead rubber. I keep saying the dead rubber. The deciding fifth rubber. He was the big favorite over Del Bonis indoor hard, understandably. And yeah, Del Bonis just honestly plays the match of his life in such an important.
What was the score going up to the fifth?
The score going up to the what?
Oh, it was a dead rubber. It was a dead rubber. So yeah, it didn't.
No. I just keep saying that. I keep saying dead rubber accidentally, but it was the deciding rubber, the fifth.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
so it was
keep
2-2.
saying dead instead of deciding. Yeah, it was 2-2. Cilic won against Del Bonis, and the doubles were won by Croatia. And of course, Del Potro got the 2 points for Argentina. And Del Bonis plays like the match of his life against Karlovic to secure it for Australia, especially given that it was conditions that he's, well, I don't want to say not familiar with, but conditions that he just sucks in most of the time. I mean, come on. Del Bonis has had like streaks of not winning matches on hard for years maybe is a stretch, but like at least 4 months. At least for like 10 matches or something. And yeah, he steps up. Of course, painful as an Ivo Karlovic fan, but well. 2016 was still one of his best years, although also filled with painful experiences, like Washington, the final against Kyle Monfils.
The Washington, yeah. I was going to say, yeah.
Serves for the match.
That
was maybe like the best he's ever played, I think, that event. And maybe the whole summer even. Excluding Wimbledon. I think Wimbledon he lost to Lukasz Lachko, maybe, in the second round. But overall...
2015 was also good, right?
Ridiculous.
2015
2015 as well. Of course, 2007 when he won 3 titles on 3 different surfaces as well. That one, of course, I have less, recollection of. But like in 2015-16, I was literally watching every single Ivo Karlovic match. And 2016, the win over Cilic, when he won Newport for the first time as
also
well.
painful in 2015 to get lobbed by Murray like 3 times in a row. And then
yeah, but that was a good match still.
Return winners against Nadal in Shanghai.
Yeah, against Nadal, I think he had a few painful ones. Indian Wells as well, where he got really close and never actually beat him. But that Wimbledon match against Murray was still really good. So maybe less exciting between them at the French that year, but
Of course, there was also that one match he played against Bardic and Hala, where he hit like 45.
45, yeah, and then he lost to Federer, yeah.
Yeah. But maybe that could have been his tournament if Federer went out to Coach Greiber in the first round.
Oh yeah, because that's the year when Federer hits like these two insane hot shots in Halle. And,
the behind the back one. And then...
Behind the back, and there's also one more from that Coach Schreiber match. I can't remember what it is right now, but there's also one more thing. Yeah, anyway, Jannik Sinner 3-0, which you can probably tell by our topics of conversation that the match has not been particularly amazing, but
more of the same stuff, to be honest.
More of the same stuff, and the first break kind of killed it as well. But we'll see. Yeah, Lukasz Lachko, I was right. Jesus Christ. I guess Lukasz Lachko on grass was pretty dangerous. And anything lower bouncing. Anyway, Alex de Minaur, can you keep it interesting? Can you keep any feasible chance of coming back here? I really feel a bit sorry for the Minaur because especially the quote that Jane said in the chat, the fact that it was just
so this kind of happened to him
the same, right?
Last year as well, right? When Australia was in the final and then Auger-Aliassime was playing the tennis of his life.
Oh, that's fair, yeah.
They have the final. Didn't really have a chance in the final.
So on the one hand,
Shapovalov also won very convincingly against. Who did he play in Australia? Was it Kokkinakis? It was Kokkinakis. Kokkinakis 2 and 4, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually still haven't had, since the new format, we haven't had a deciding doubles rubber in the final of the Davis Cup finals, and it looks
in the finals. Yeah, we haven't.
Yeah, and it looks like we still won't have it
because 2021 was it Croatia in the final?
No, I don't know.
And,
I mean,
Cilic,
I know who won it, but yeah, it was Croatia, and it was Goyo and Cilic.
Yeah.
And of course, 2019, it was Spain winning it over Canada with Nadal and Bautista Agut. So we still haven't had it.
And there was that tournament where Bautista Agut, his father passed away. Had to go to the event. And then came back and then won for his country.
I guess the captains haven't been announced for the United Cup yet, because Matthew is asking whether Leighton Hewitt will be the skipper. I guess they haven't been announced yet, but last year it was Leighton Hewitt along with Samantha Stosur, so I guess there's a decent chance that Leighton is going to be there again. At least the list of players that I see here does not have announced captains. But yeah, probably. I mean, Leighton is doing everything, I guess, in Aussie tennis.
He even comes back once in a while and plays unretires and plays doubles.
Yeah, he did that like 5 times.
I lost count of how many times he did that. Like, oh, I'm back.
I was talking about it with John actually on the Davis Cup preview, because we are sort of just maybe talking about the home and away format and like how this was before. And I mentioned that my first live experience watching tennis was actually Davis Cup Poland against Australia in 2013, and I mentioned seeing Leighton Hewitt in singles, and John was like, "Was he Leighton Hewitt in 2013 in singles?" And I was like, yeah, I mean, he played for a few more years. He won Brisbane over Federer in 2014. But it's funny that you said that because he retired and unretired like 5 times. But yeah, I got to stun John with the revelation that Hewitt is like the same year as Federer, right? Or like maybe something around that. I think he's the same birth year.
In the same year, and Hewitt is like 7-8 months older, right?
Yeah, something like that. And for John, it was like a player of a different generation, which I get because Hewitt was there so early at the top. You know, Federer started from the juniors and sort of going up, and of course Leighton also retiring a few years ago. That makes you think that he's older, but he's not. They're actually the very same generation, and that's a sensational backhand pass from Sinner. he could really just close out the match right here if he wins the game. The Minaur has already saved one breakpoint, but Sinner generates another on the slide pass. Maybe something like he hit against Djokovic
open stance.
ATP finals as well, right? There was a
in the round robin,
yeah.
There was a pass that in the third set, in that round robin match.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
The skiing backhand, the open stance, full stretch down the line.
Has the
Actually,
match been
Djokovic
boring
had a chance to hit. Djokovic yesterday had a chance to hit a similar backhand on one of the match points. I mean, of course, it wasn't like sliding like open stance on the run like this, but I saw some people saying on Twitter he should have gone down the line, and he would have had. But so I think the only one match point he'll regret was the first one, actually, where he just missed the slice.
Yeah, but
it was kind of a neutral rally ball.
Yeah, it's still not like he had like any major chances in the rally, but yeah, at least one where he wasn't behind when he made the error. But still, it's not like it was like a massive choke.
That's like one of those. Yeah, that's the only one of the three that I would say is an unforced error. The rest were just
there was a good like Sinner gets to the net on one of them as well, right? And closes it out. Yeah, I think it was fine. Like honestly, the only reason why people call it a choke is that because it was 3 match points in a row. But it wasn't like actually. Yeah, it was the fact that Djokovic never lost a match like this. It's what's making people call this a choke, and he might have been feeling more pressure because of the Davis Cup format and how much he has been actually putting onto himself. How much he wanted to win it. But it's not like he showed it in his play.
Are you surprised that he's put this much pressure on himself to win this? Yeah. Considering he already won it in 2010. Like I'm a bit surprised that it means as much. I get that it means a lot for him, but I'm just surprised that he was feeling the pressure that much. But he's already won this thing in 2010. Maybe he just wants to win it in the new format and just
No, I agree with you.
But I'm just surprised that it's it's that.
No, absolutely. I mean, when I first saw that he's like speaking about the Davis Cup being such an important event for him right now and like how he's desperate to win it, I was like, wait, has Djokovic never won the Davis Cup? And then I realized, he actually did. So okay, I don't fully get it, but then again, he has been, of course, a huge poster boy for Serbia and like the Olympics.
And I think he was a big proponent of this Davis Cup format as well in 2019.
Really?
Or I mean, I think he,
that's
I mean, I don't know if it's that or it's just maybe he just wants to treat this as like a mock Olympics, if you like, just as a he wants to like try to as pretend it was the Olympics. Maybe just but then again, in the Olympics you're not dependent on other players for advancing.
Yeah,
it's an individual singles competition.
It fits with Novak always prioritizing the Davis Cup and like the team-based events, but it's just a bit of a like the only weird thing for me that why this Davis Cup is different than the previous ones, I guess.
Yeah.
But he actually fulfilled his qualification criteria, I think, with the previous appearance, right? So he didn't have to be in the finals either. So obviously he really wanted it. For better or worse, and maybe that's what actually led to his demise. I will keep however saying that on these match points, he didn't actually show that he was nervous in his play. Obviously he was.
By the way, this is a good point from Matthew actually, because I was just about to bring up the 5-all 30-all backhand miss. I think that was bigger than any of the match points. That one was like one of those shots you don't see him miss. So
that's a good point actually. We will of course keep focusing on the 3 match points because it's new. It's the thing that stands out always. If you've wasted match points or missed match points, I don't know, wasted. Is sometimes maybe not the right word if there's nothing you can really do. But certainly, I agree that in the 5-all game he probably had more of a breakdown than in the 4-5-1, especially as it was on return as well, the 3 match points, which always puts a different twist to it. If he was 40 love up on his serve, then sure. That was a good return from the Minaur, but it's like all kind of, it all feels futile by now. It all feels too little, too late, but we'll see. Yeah, and then there's an ace from Sinner. I mean, anytime the Minaur has like threatened him, he just gets another big serve in and another shorter attacking point. There's just nothing that the Minaur has been able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we're very, very quickly getting to the end of this match. 6-3, 5-love, Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, it seems like Minaur is involved in a lot of these, tournaments and matches where he does really well, gets to the final, and then it's just kind of taken apart by it's a stronger player.
John says that he has uploaded Popyrin's press conference and that a picture tells 100 words. Does that mean that the video is accompanied by some good shots? Let me see that. Yeah, I guess I don't really see, but I suppose
he's
that
really devastated. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's just gonna be sad or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, and now it's on the screen. Yeah. 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 I mean, again, I could kind of have to say that Popyrin didn't do much wrong, right? He didn't play that well in the most important moments. Definitely, even the match point, the approach was so undercooked. But still, it's not like he didn't play well. And yeah, it was a 50-50 match to begin with. It's not like he blew a huge chance. Although, of course, Australia kind of depended on him to deliver, like it did in the semis, where in the semis he did manage to get the win. Very good match from him too. But here, it just wasn't enough. But the players were very evenly matched. So
yes. And also a very good year for Popyrin. He's 40 in the world, and of course, he has the UMAG title in the Cincinnati quarterfinal, the Australian Open win against Fritz at the start of the year. Is this the next Burditch versus Anderson?
Sort of. I mean, yeah, this is just an absolute beatdown, and Alex just doesn't have it in him to try to change the patterns here. But even if he did, then how do you do it without making 100 errors, and how do you do it while actually being able to sustain that sort of game? Yeah, it's rough. I mean, once, at least once, he should be able to get just a poor Sinner day, draw out a lot of errors. But I think especially now that we see Sinner with like a bigger serve and also improved ability in the forecourt, improved transition game, it's going to be even tougher for Alex to do anything, because Sinner doesn't have to like beat him off the ground anymore. He can also close down the net. And yeah, it looks rough. It looks rough for sure.
Yeah. Well, looks like I think he will get a game on the board. So
that would be good for him, leave the court with something at least, and not feel like he was just he's still gonna feel like he was overrun by Sinner, and that's what he's gonna tell John in the presser. But
the more I watched Sinner, John is saying something interesting about the more I watched Sinner here, the 4 matches he played in Turin, I think he underperformed in the Turin final, was affected by the pressure. Yeah,
I disagree. I really disagree.
I actually think that's just more Djokovic playing like insane than anything else.
Yeah, because the ball you're not gonna get from the ball you're gonna get from the other players isn't the same every single time, and especially on such a fast court as well as in Turin, which kind of works for Sinner. But
and also, I also disagree with John on one thing that final than he did against Alcaraz in the semis. I think he was just like
come again.
I think that was the best match of them. I think Djokovic played better in the final against Sinner.
Oh, than against Alcaraz.
Than he did in the semis. Yeah, like it was just an even more complete performance, if that's possible.
I mean,
also the serving was just out of his mind. I mean, he hit 13 aces. And he lost
the
what, like 2
serving
points on the start
was
and
definitely better. That was the main change.
second,
Look at the
set
three
and
Novak
then
Sinner matches. One stands out, yeah, but at the same time, you get very different conditions here. You get Djokovic just in like this uber efficient mode in the you at the ATP final. I don't like saying that, but why not? Jesus, and it's match point Sinner. I mean, maybe the Minaur isn't actually going to leave the court with the game, but yeah, I actually think, of course, this isn't really quantifiable, but I actually believe that was more so about Djokovic just totally hampering Sinner's ability to attack, giving him a ball that's way too heavy and deep constantly, just like with Alcaraz actually.
And also hitting his forehand on average, 5-6 miles per hour faster than he was all tournament.
Yeah.
And I mean, averaging 84 miles per hour and just not missing at all. And
you can't just throw in this Sinner from today to that match because it's just, yeah. I mean, the Minaur is just allowing Sinner to have everything he wants. And Djokovic actually did the opposite of that. So I actually very, I disagree with that pretty hard, but I don't, I think it's still arguable just because we can't ever really quantify any of that. But I actually disagree with that pretty hard, that that much stands out in this way where Sinner underperforms in the final.
Yeah, of course, we don't know what would have happened if he had challenged that one ball. That then maybe he holds for 2-all, and then maybe. But I just think Novak was just so strong that day.
Yeah, I'm watching the next point, and again, it's just Sinner firing one decent forehand, and he can get to the net with that and just finish off the point. I mean, I don't really think he has been even forced to play all that well here. I mean, he's just given exactly what he wants to in the Minaur matchup, and there's no pressure on him whatsoever. And poor Alex, I guess, but that's both a quality gap and also just a horrible
Do you like the whole idea where they have to put 1v1 and 2 versus 2 like on this team, and they can't really decide who is 1 and who is 2? Because in some cases, like in a matchup like this, wouldn't their number 2 player have an even better shot?
Yeah, they would, but then who who says the other team doesn't do it as well, right?
Yeah, would that make it more interesting? Like if you didn't do like the
it would just be guesswork, but then it's just like guesswork basically, right?
Yeah, but like
like Australia would be like, okay, so we're gonna sign in the Minaur first because the Minaur second and Popyrin first, and then hopefully they're going to do just normal Sinner, Arnaldi. I don't know. I've played a few events like this when I was still in high school. I've played a bit of table tennis events like this, and it was always such a big mess because we were just hoping to, for example, like if we knew the players from the other team, we were hoping for them to sign up as 1 and 2 in a certain manner, and then actually they didn't, for example. So I remember it was just like a bit of guessing or like what the other team is going to do. But anyway, Jannik
it's
Sinner,
over. Yeah, game 7 match for Sinner. So congratulations to Italy and Sinner and Arnaldi and and all of them deserve to win. They were by far the best players this week. And I mean, Sinner stepped up in both singles and doubles, and of course, it's just a continuation of him being the second best player in the world right now.
Yeah. And he did that pretty hard. I mean, he confirmed it today. I mean, 6-3, 6 love.
Yeah, that's a brutal scoreline.
Even I didn't think that was going to be so lopsided. I come onto the stream here and I'm saying I'm not excited by this match. I think it's going to be straightforward, but I didn't think that it was going to be like this. No. Can you guys stay live for 5-10 minutes? I will try and join you then, says John. I stopped hearing Vansh. I don't know if he's still there or not.
Oh, you can't hear me? No, I'm
now,
here.
Now I can hear you, yes. Basically, John has asked us to stay live for 15 minutes. I don't know if you saw that. I also wanted to say that regarding what you said, yes, absolutely, Australia would have a better shot if Popyrin played.
Yeah, if Popyrin played Sinner right now, he would
played
get more
Sinner,
games.
and if the Minaur plays Arnaldi, then they absolutely have a better shot. But the question is then, like, what if the other team does it the other way around? It just becomes a bit of a guessing game, and I remember not liking that aspect at the events that I played in this format. I always just enjoyed.
What if you knew, like, I don't know, 12 hours before?
But what does that change? I mean, the teams. What does that change? I mean, the teams still have to submit it the same, at the same time. Because then if one team submits the first, then the second just gets, whatever they want. So, this format works. What you're talking about works in a system where we get the reverse matches as well. But if we don't, it's just a guessing game, like who's going to assign who where, and I remember not enjoying that at all. But if you get the reverse singles, absolutely fine. Of course, in reverse singles Davis Cup, it was actually done differently. It was the number ones played as the fourth match, and the number twos played as the fifth match, in order to like get the most exciting deciding rubber if it's possible. And sometimes it did lead to some phenomenal stories. Like a few of these I've already mentioned, like Stepan.
Yeah, we had that. We had that a lot in the old Davis Cup format, right? Where it was I mean, but then also you had best
number
of
ones
five
played at number ones played at the fourth rubber, number twos played at the fifth, and then the first two were actually reversed, and the third was
I remember being very excited about a lot of those reverse singles matches. Like those were really key in that old format. But also, like, now I don't know if we need that anymore, so I can see the argument for not doing it. Plus, this does just make the doubles much more important, and if you're a fan of doubles, you like this format even more. It's because
that's actually not fully true in my opinion, because on many occasions you don't even get the doubles, and in the previous format you were guaranteed to have.
So that's the counter, is that you just don't get the. The counter is just you won't get the doubles in a lot of these matches. But if you do, then it's.
But in the previous format, they were also important. I mean, they were also always there. Doubles had to be played out because.
But they just weren't like the deciding match.
Sometimes, I mean, depends on
the fifth rubber.
Yeah.
Like the fifth rubber, most of the time it was singles, right? It was a.
No, I mean in the Davis Cup it was always singles. In the Fed Cup, in the Fed Cup it was the fifth rubber that was doubles, and the big issue with that system was that the doubles was rarely played, in the Fed Cup, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, not the greatest of matches, but we did have some fun talking about random stuff as usual. Losing this wine? Oh no, John. Yeah, that's horrible. I don't think anyone really lost too much today. Alex de Minaur, the fact that he wasn't able to stay competitive at all. Not a surprise, but of course he was hoping for something completely different. And he's, I guess, the biggest loser of the day. But as a whole, Italy was still the favorite. And just kind of needed that Popyrin win, which was like a 50-50. So can't be too disappointed about not getting the job done there either. Huge for Matteo Arnaldi, though, to get over that 3 match points loss that he had against Botic van de Zandschulp. And also huge for Jannik Sinner, who ends the Davis Cup finals with a 5-0 record. The absolute MVP, hands down, no competition, no contest whatsoever. He beats Novak Djokovic, he beats Alex de Minaur, and he beats Talon Griekspoor, so very strong set of opponents. And he also wins 2 deciding rubbers with Lorenzo Sonego. And Sonego also went undefeated. I mean, he only had 2 doubles matches to play, But still, that's a good effort from him, beating Djokovic and Kecmanovic, beating Djokovic for the second time after Vienna 2020, and also against Netherlands, of course, he beat Wesley Koolhof and Talon Griekspoor along with Sinner. So Sinner the MVP, but Sonego and Arnaldi also deserve a shout, as without Arnaldi, it would have gone to the deciding doubles again. And without Sonego, maybe the doubles are maybe Italy loses to the Netherlands even. So that's fantastic. And Italy is the Davis Cup champions, second time ever. 1976 was the only previous title that they had. Very different team, of course. No one has been able to survive with playing professional tennis for 47 years. Although Novak Djokovic might attempt to do that in the next few. As for the stream, we are waiting for John, who's going to be here in a few minutes. And that's basically what we're doing at the moment. Do you still have the stream on? What's going on right now?
Well, no, right now they're just... Actually, it's not. It was a commercial break.
Yeah, for me, it's an interview with Volandri, with Arnaldi, with Musetti, with Simone Bolelli as well. Simone Bolelli finally gets a chance to shine because he actually did not play a single time. He was, of course, the doubles, nomination. He is, I think, 55th in the doubles rankings at the moment. All 3 matches, he was nominated for the doubles as well, like particular, ties. But eventually, then he was swapped out for for Sinner every single time. And at least he gets a chance to be interviewed on the main stage after winning the Davis Cup. Well, it's a bit of a shame. I've said that earlier, that this tournament really wasn't about the doubles at all. And I guess maybe this is another counterpoint to what we were talking about just a second ago, right? That this format is so good for the doubles, but then again, we hardly ever see any doubles pairs playing. I mean, we saw some random singles crap. That's Nicole Melikar saying that, right? That's not even me.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't actually say that was singles crap, but she sort of said that in a different way. So yeah, I don't think it was a great event for doubles fans. I think out of doubles, you really only got Ebden and Purcell maybe playing, and that was really it. And just to be clear, Simone Bolelli did play in the semifinals, but didn't win a match there. So he really didn't have that much of an impact on the Italian team. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Anyway.
This is also a big... This is also a reminder that, Italy was... Sinner was caught a lot of... And I guess now he put all that to bed. Or he was heavily criticized. I remember when he didn't play in September.
Yeah, that's true. Thankfully for
just
him, they
a bunch of just tabloid Italian media, really. But
no, I remember that for sure. And by the way, another shout out to Sonego for the group stage, right? Because he went. Did he go? He went 2-1 there, so he was also extremely crucial. Yeah. And Arnaldi as well, I think, went Arnaldi actually went 2-0. So really these 3 were the ones that got it done for Team Italy. And Team Italy also in the group stage actually lost their first match 0-3 to Canada. So they needed to get back on the board very quickly, which is actually precisely what they did. And beating Sweden and Chile allowed them to make the finals in the first place. And then, as you said, Jannik Sinner not being there in the group stage, that was definitely hampering their chances a little bit. But he was there at the finals, and he managed to do that. We have Anastasia joining us. How did you enjoy that final between Italy and Australia?
I liked it. And it's funny because I was listening to you and watching it. And it was interesting because you guys, I think you were bored by the match.
We went on so many other tangents, but we still kept an eye on the actual tangents.
I mean, I'm a little interested in your take, Damien. Do you I mean, is it for you just this particular matchup between Sinner and Minaur that you feel obviously it's like a one-sided matchup, or do you really think you can't really make a decision yet on Sinner's future or his improvement so far?
Oh, I mean, basically it's only best of 5 play. We haven't seen him excel at, we haven't seen him improve at. I mean, we've seen him improve that over the years, but like that's the only thing. And we were chatting about the ELO rankings as well, having Sinner at number 2 right now, as the second best player in the world outside Novak Djokovic. And I actually said that to me, he is actually the number 2 player by a very wide margin over Medvedev and Alcaraz at the moment. So yeah, I mean, he's had a ridiculous 3 months. It's just that, against the Minaur, it's been rough for Alex, and today it's been particularly, probably the worst match that they had. Maybe the next gen finals, actually. I remember that being very, a big demolition. Maybe the worst one was against Jannik. When Sinner played Mikael Immer in the group stage. But basically, I'm just not. I just didn't really see a point of this match because the Minaur had no idea what to do, and I can't blame him, because if you're Alex de Minaur, if you're sort of limited on the offense, if you cannot really take over from an opponent who's playing like Jannik Sinner is right now, which is ridiculous, then what are you gonna do? And especially with all the improvements of Sinner, how well he was serving, it seemed like anytime de Minaur has like a bit of a chance maybe to do, I don't know, to push Sinner in a return game, for example, Sinner just fires a great serve, either wins the point right away, or maybe has a +1 forehand, or maybe has a +1 forehand and then a shot at the net. Speaking of the net, of course, the way he's just very comfortably going into the forecourt right now, no issues there really whatsoever anymore. Obviously, he's not the best volleyer in the world, but he is, up there as one of the best in converting these positions right now, I guess. So just nothing that de Minaur could have done.
I mean,
and
if you were
brought my
if you were Leighton Hewitt, would you have played anyone else?
No, definitely no.
Yeah,
I mean, he's still your best shot, right?
Yeah.
But it's just not a great shot at the moment. But you cannot skip Alex de Minaur. If you skip Alex de Minaur, you get like what, Popyrin, Thompson, something like that. Isn't Popyrin, by the way, even who's higher ranked? I guess it's probably
Popyrin is higher ranked.
Popyrin is higher ranked than Purcell and Thompson, right?
Yeah.
Why wasn't he on the team in the first place, by the way?
This was a question. This was a question that I had for Nick and Tom in the first during the first match, was why Popyrin wasn't originally on the team, only because he is a second-ranked Australian. But I don't know if there are any sort of political reasons for that, or if they were looking for someone who could split between being a singles player and a doubles player like Kokkinakis could be. So there might have been different reasons for why he wasn't originally on the team. But yeah, I mean, I also think, do you want to comment also on Matteo Arnaldi, who I think was the best choice for that first match? Don't you think so, Vanch? Because even though the match that he did play, he lost, I think it was closer than maybe, it wasn't just a loss. He could have won that one.
Yeah, I definitely think it was the right move, because he played really well against match. I don't think he did that much wrong, even though he lost those 3 match points. I mean, he just didn't win the last point, but apart from that, he really showed that he's the right person for this format. And also, having played Popyrin twice and having just beaten him also in Shanghai, it was going to be like a very crucial kind of 50-50 battle where you didn't really know who was going to win, and he came out on the and definitely made life much easier for Sinner going in with it leading 1-0. So it was definitely the right move. I don't think I would have put anyone else. Maybe Sonego could have been a contender, definitely not Musetti. So yeah, I mean, I think it paid off in the end for them.
Yeah. Well, where do we go from here? what do you think this means for 2024? I mean, we can start with Sinner and then Arnaldi and also Sonego. Sonego is someone who, yes, he didn't play singles, but I was very impressed with when he came in to play doubles. Again, it's kind of a thing where I was saying with Minaur Kuzmanovic, he did his job. Every time Sonego came in for the doubles, he, did his part in a way. So do you want to touch on all three players and what you think this means for the 2024 season? Because it must be a boost to at least.
I mean, Sinner, obviously, yeah, the second best player in the world right now. I would love to see him in a Grand Slam final next year. I'm not putting enough pressure. Like, I'm not going to put the pressure on the title. I think that's still like a step that if he takes, great. But I basically want to see him come close. I think you can also probably come close to a slam title if you make the semis, but it's got to be a little different than it was at Wimbledon this year. So basically, yeah, best of 5 play is what I'm looking for with Sinner, just because everything else he's already done and, everything else he's already demonstrated. I think Australia is probably his best shot as a whole, but the fact that it's so early in the year kind of makes me think that maybe New York is actually the one that's most probable for him. Probably not Paris. Wimbledon, I guess if Djokovic, Alcaraz, if they fell somewhere early, although he would actually like a shot at Alcaraz on the Wimbledon grass for sure. So yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at with Sinner since Beijing. Maybe he's even been the best player in the world. I mean, it's kind of close between him and Novak, I guess, although Novak still probably takes the cake by beating him in the ATP Finals final. Arnaldi, I'm just glad he got over that 3 match points loss. I think it was really important. I agree that he played super well against Botic. He just didn't clinch the match. So I like that they placed him again in the number 2 spot. I think Sonego would have been a fine call as well. I actually was sort of expecting Sonego instead of Musetti on, Saturday. But they did play Musetti, maybe head-to-head. I don't know. But yeah, like Vanch said, I just wouldn't have played Musetti, but Sonego, Arnaldi, these two were sort of interchangeable for me. But as it sort of turned out, it's great for Arnaldi that he got over that previous loss. And yeah, just expecting another very solid year in 2024. And the third player was Sonego, right? I mean, yeah, he played the doubles. He was very important for this title for sure. He also had a 2-1 record in the group stage in singles. I think he also played doubles there. So certainly an instrumental part of the team. Do I trust his ability make much progress from here? Probably not. I mean, I think he's going to stay Lorenzo Sonego, which is sometimes you're going to get a pretty insane performance. Sometimes you're probably going to get absolutely lackluster one. He had a career high of 21, right? I'm going to be surprised if he beats that next year. But is he a stable top 50-ish player? Obviously. And yeah, he was still an instrumental part of the win, which I think in the long run, probably most people are going to forget about. And it's only going to be Jannik Sinner. Because, of course, Jannik Sinner went 5-0. But 2 of these wins were with Sonego. And, of course, Arnaldi today also played a massive part. But yeah, Jannik Sinner kind of takes the spotlight away from Sonego and Arnaldi for sure.
Any thoughts on those 3, Vanch?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with all of that. I mean, Sinner, yeah, the next step is, next year, try to get to a Grand Slam final.
Yeah.
That's probably the next one. I'm not even saying win it, but major final, I think, is a reasonable expectation to have, given the progress that he's made the last 2 or 3 months. Yeah, I think, Australian Open, Wimbledon, US Open, he has a fair shot at all of these to make the final. Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where I think it's a little different than Felix last year, because obviously Felix last year, he wins those 3 titles, Paris semifinal, wins a match at the tour finals.
Vanch Vermani famously picks him to win a slam in 2020.
I didn't say he was going to win.
I mean, it was your bold prediction.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I never said he's going to win a slam.
You did.
Yeah. Did I? Did I say he was going to win a slam?
Wasn't it your bold prediction for the ones we did for?
Okay, bold
tennis?
prediction. That doesn't really count.
But
That's
it's your bold
far-fetched,
prediction,
right?
I
also
know.
predicted that Alicia Parks would make the top 10 because
I also had a massive fail
I had
on
to go
Alicia
for something
Parks
really
there,
bold. Otherwise, it's just boring. And
yeah, I know.
I'm just laughing.
Yeah.
But I think this will be different, because I think Sinner is actually made those significant improvements in his game tactically, where you kind of see him improving so many different things all at once. physical fitness, the defense, better movement in the corners, and then the serve is like such a huge improvement from him. To basically change his motion halfway through the year, go back to the pinpoint, and then just a lot more accuracy, just really trusting it so much as a weapon, and then all the improvements that he's made also, like with his volleys and his forehand drop shot, and just I'm curious to see what they improve on even more in the offseason, because he's clearly someone who has a more of a long-term view on his career rather than just like short-term games.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I could really see him I feel like the U.S. Open is actually a pretty good bet, because anytime we have gotten a new major champion, it has come at the U.S. Open. Really, the other two, there's this guy named Djokovic who just doesn't let anyone else win. So it's,
I
I
think
that would be the one.
2024 should be exciting for all these guys. But last question here before we end the stream. I mean, if anything, Davis Cup has made me even more excited for the Olympics. Just seeing these pairings, seeing Sinner and Sonego play, even seeing Minaur, Kecmanovic, and Djokovic play, even if though they weren't as in sync, I think. Are you guys excited for the Olympics based on this Davis Cup, more or less?
I don't know if my excitement for the Olympics is based on the Davis Cup, but certainly it was a fine addition, especially in how suddenly a lot more fans from all over the world seem to be there, whereas in the previous years it didn't really. So, the atmosphere was like so much better. And as for the Olympics, there's a fun twist to it because we haven't had one on clay in years. When was the last one actually? Was it like Barcelona or something? No, I'm guessing honestly. Just that's a blind guess.
Oh, you mean the last Olympics on clay?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
Was it even ever the case? I honestly have no idea.
When was the year?
I think 1996 Barcelona. Is that what you're?
96 is Atlanta, but I think 92 would probably be the only chance, right?
Didn't Roger win on clay?
Yeah.
No.
No, he won the Davis Cup.
Roger never won the singles. Roger never won the singles in at the Olympics. They won with Wawrinka over Asparin Johansson in 2008 on hard courts, of course, in Beijing.
Okay.
But I think Barcelona was probably the only Olympics so far in on clay in 1992. So it's a huge new twist for this event. It's at Roland Garros. It's gonna be a huge event nonetheless. And just maybe seeing this weird stage that you have the Olympics there, just like at Wimbledon, right, in 2012 at the Olympics. That was so fun because you actually had players in normal colored clothes, and it was just such a new twist to a venue that we know so well. So I think that's one of the most important. That's one of the most exciting factors for me. And I just checked, and indeed, Barcelona was the only tennis Olympics so far on clay.
On clay, yeah. So the clay specialists will be happy, but I don't know. I think, like you said, seeing the fans from all over the world come to one location and cheering for their country it made me excited for the Olympics for sure. We are joined here by the one and only John Silk, official journalist covering the Davis Cup for Talking Tennis.
It was Mark Rosset, by the way, Matthew, not Brugerano. Mark Rosset.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay?
we can hear you, John.
I've just had the best news I've had all day, which is the fact that the bar is still open. I was worried that the bar would be closed, but the good news is because they open and close the bar at funny moments, and you just never know. But fortunately, it is open. Anyway, I guess a bit of a flat ending, Damien. I mean, I'm sure you've been saying this in the last 10 to 15 minutes. But listen, if there's a flat ending, Damien is going to emphasize it. We know that.
Yes. Damien had thoughts about that match.
I mean, Damien thinks the Australian Open of 2022 final was a bit of a flat ending because we know that Medvedev was tired.
And my prediction was right. Yes, John. Yeah, I'm not that fond of that final, actually. Yeah.
I guess you're not fond of the final from today either, right? I mean, what about you, Vanch? I mean, was it all about the Arnaldi? That was it, wasn't it? The Arnaldi. Who's Arnaldi playing there? Popyrin.
Popyrin, yeah. That was definitely the most exciting one of the day.
Did I hear Damien though suggest that maybe Popyrin hasn't got anything to be ashamed of or disappointed by or maybe I misheard that just because he was gutted impressed.
He's gonna be disappointed, but he doesn't have anything to be ashamed of. I mean, no. Yeah,
agree. But 16.
You're gonna be disappointed with the loss. You're gonna be, but I think it's totally fine. If you just look at it from a straight perspective, which of course Popyrin isn't gonna be able to do because there's all this emotional baggage and the expectations of the fellow players, the expectations of his countrymen. So obviously he's never going to look at it like this, but I think just from a third person angle,
yeah. And
once he has a bit more time to digest and process this loss, I think he'll actually take a lot of positives from it.
I mean, number 40 in the world. It's been I think it was Vanch touching on it. It's actually been a good year, very quietly under the radar. I couldn't believe it. I went to press a couple of days ago, and I think it was Carlos said, he's number 40 in the world or something. I'm like, what? Really? How did that happen? I mean, I know.
I kind of forget about that too. Yeah, I kind of forget about that. Yeah, I got used
to
him
in
like
Cincinnati,
60, 70 range.
He sneakily made his way to that quarterfinal because there were a lot of things that kind of had to have fallen into place, like with Murray withdrawing, and then the next round afterwards, like a couple lucky losers, and he was like just a very surprise quarterfinalist in that whole draw. And I almost forgot that he even made the Cincinnati quarterfinal. Of course, I remember the Umag title and I remember the Australian Open wins. But
and Kokinakis still hasn't been in the top 50. Like he's got a career high of 65, right? And if you just sort of think about how memorable these players are, sometimes you're just gonna think of them as ranked higher or lower. I mean, it's pretty crazy, that Popyrin is at 40. Not that he doesn't have the talent for it. It's just, I totally agree. I keep forgetting that he's actually this high now. I just got really used to seeing him in that sort of, Kokinakis range, if you may, 70, 80, 60,
The crowd are filing out. And by the way, Leighton Hewitt did the classic sort of football player who collects their medal after losing in the final, took it off immediately. I think that's a classic kind of footballer move that you just sort of, it's not really a medal. It's not something to be proud of in a way. Not right now.
No.
It just feels like, you're doing whatever. And I think he probably will be hurting as much as anyone because I know he's like, I love Davis Cup, and I know last year hurt him, and this year will probably be just disappointing. Listen, I'm going to go because I've got a press conference to attend to right now. You could just finish the stream as and when you want to, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to go as well, but
all right. See you soon. Just click end stream.
Okay, cool. But this was a great Davis Cup. I enjoyed it a lot, and I can't wait for the Olympics. This was fun. This was great.
It was the best edition probably so far since the new format because of what we sort of touched on earlier, that actually there were fans this time and it wasn't like cardboard cutouts, or it wasn't people who were paid in order for for them to be there. Stan Wawrinka couldn't complain this time. Part of that was that because Switzerland wasn't in the finals, so he actually couldn't see it in person.
Exactly.
But actually this time it actually had the atmosphere. So I think that was definitely the best one since the new format, and maybe a little bit of a shame about the final. Also, some of the more maybe out left field sort of teams that are more to my liking falling at first. But as a whole, still the best edition, definitely out of the 4 that we've seen so far. 4, right?
Yeah.
In the new format.
Yeah, for sure.
Cosmos equals genius.
Also because it's a big thing for a lot of these commitment after a really grueling and long and pretty successful season, like for Sinner and Djokovic, and I guess even Minaur. So the fact that they showed up here and they played for their country, I think it was good for ultimately, like, obviously we love these lower ranked players and we love these stories, especially like, we've been talking so much about the Popyrin match today and Popyrin and Arnaldi because that was the objectively the better match to watch in my opinion. in these two rubbers. But I also think like the star power I think also matters because it does drive more general interest and fan engagement overall.
That's a big point.
That's a plus.
You know, we had Novak here, so that definitely, I'm sure, even if for the casual fan, their country wasn't there. For example, the Spanish, audience, probably they came for the star power. But thank you all for joining the stream. Please
I'll mention one more thing, okay?
Oh, wait.
I read this ridiculous comment a day
What's
ago
the
on
comment?
my Twitter. It was about Jannik Sinner
Oh, fine.
and about him draining himself out of all energy just before the Australian Open and how he's very stupid to do it and how even Andrei Rublev is not playing this week. And I'm like, wait, I mean, Andrei Rublev is banned from this competition. Do you really think that he wouldn't be playing? Of course he would be playing if he could. It's Andrei Rublev.
That's a weird take.
So yeah,
for sure.
anyway, that's what I want. That's what I want.
And also, by the way, Andrei Rublev is playing in like 2 weeks, UTS. So I think,
Oh yeah, he is playing that. Is that the one in London?
Yeah, he's playing. Yeah, it's the one in London.
Okay. Yeah.
Daria Kasatkina keeps saying, right, that she is very tired and then she plays an exhibition 10 days after the off season. I mean, tennis players keep doing that.
They do that.
We should get used to that.
Yeah.
The off season, actually, I think I said it on the stream already, not this one, but like a previous one. The off season actually is too long.
Well, here's my thing, because a lot of people say, oh, they need a longer off season and more rest time. I'm like, they're just going to fill it with exhibitions. And also, you're right, just do it. End your season.
Who is stopping you? Yeah.
Nobody's stopping, or don't do Davis Cup or whatever. I think tennis players have a lot of control over their schedule. Yes, there are some required tournaments, definitely, but I mean, we've seen players make choices for their season. And again, so many of them are playing exhibitions over this off season. If it was longer, they would just play more exhibitions. So anyway, that's a different topic for a different day. Thank you all for joining. We will see you sometime. I think we are going to cover tomorrow a preview of the next gen. So join us for that. And we'll probably have streams from the next gen too. Bye, everybody.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.